I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. We have a great show for you today. Barbie is off today, but we have Nick Does Futures. Come on down.
What's up, guys?
What is up? It's just you and me this morning.
I know, just me and you. Just me and you.
And then we do have a guest on at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Francis Green from 10 Trading. So you guys hang out with us while we chat, talk about markets. I'm in a trade right now, actually.
Let me guess. You shorted gold.
No.
Oh, no, you in NQ?
MNQ. Yeah, exactly. Good morning, chat. Good morning, all. Good morning, Mari, Rich, Elite, CJ, Bill. Woohoo! Yo, Jim. Good morning to you, Queen of Trades. How is everyone doing? How are you, Nick?
I'm doing good. Doing good. I missed my entry on gold, but it is what it is. But at least you're in something. I like that short, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, I woke up and I looked at the chart and I was like, wow, we're up even more. And it was about 100 points in the green. And my, I think it's like experience, intuition, and then also just like seeing these charts over and over again. I'm like, this might be a good gap fill. So let me just like get in here.
Yeah,
you never know
the numbers for GDP too much. I don't think they moved the market that much, but they were really bad. The GDP, I think it was like 0.2 was projected. I think it was like 0.5 or 0.6. So
yeah,
that's negative, by the way. So yeah, so it wasn't very good. So I mean, NQ shorts could look good. What's your TP?
Oh, so originally I was going for about 1 to 2. I wanted to give myself some room on the high when I got in. But now I extended it even more because the GDP number was negative. So I made it a little bit even farther to collect more profit. Let me see. It's at 22,416. So I really like the gap fill plays, you guys. Like yesterday, I didn't take it because I was like, I'm going to sit on my hands. I'm looking for a long. And then as it started to fill, I was fighting the urge to short it. And so I think this morning when I saw it was up over like 100 points in the green, I'm like, I am not missing this gap fill.
Yeah, no, that was good. That was good. I cannot believe like Monday, Tuesday, we had big gap ups and we didn't come back for them. I think now we will for sure. So yeah, I do like that short.
Oh, nice. So when you look at the daily, you're like, yeah, just it needs to breathe. We've gone up so many days in a row. Like,
yeah, no, that's pretty much what I can share my screen if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So for NQ, obviously I'm bullish to all-time highs, but I think it makes sense for us to come lower, and to come down to this gap is 388. So that's why you're kind of like you're short there to a 416, and then come lower and come higher. And like I said all weeks, Monday, I said I want to see us displace through this high and not wick and then come back lower, which means we'll probably stay in the range. But I don't think we're going to come in the range. I think we're just going to come back to this area right here and retest it before going back to all-time highs. And then the same for ES. ES looks the exact same. ES has not tagged this daily fair value gap from February 21st. May have made equal highs right there. So that's something I'm watching too. That's probably why we're having a little bit of resistance here. So I'd like to see a move down before a move, something like this, back to all-time highs. As for today, though, I'll show you guys my gold trade I took around 10:30 yesterday in the morning session. So let me pull that up. Let me go replay mode real quick. I'll show you what I'm watching for gold today too. So yesterday morning, I was watching these relative equal lows to get ran to then target these relative equal highs. I was just short-term bullish on gold. So I was looking down, which we got. It's so long since I used replay mode. So I got this move down right here, dropped to the 5-minute chart. And what do we notice right here? We got like 4 or 5 equal highs. So I was looking for a move up to there before going lower. And then had my stop run right here on the lower time frames. Oh, crap. Can't mark my chart today. So this is the move up before the move down. It takes all this liquidity. We had a displacement higher, entry right here, and TP right up to here. So came lower, and it took a long time to play out. It took about 2 hours. So past couple of days, my trades have been taking a while. And a lot of times what you'll see is like when the market is if you're trading the opposite way of higher time frame order flow, it takes a while to get there. So the daily on gold has been pretty bearish, at least past couple of weeks. So that's kind of why it took so long. And then if you look at the bearish move here, you know, this happened really, really quick. I think we had like a move overnight. Let me go back to the hourly, but that was the trade yesterday. As for this morning, though,
Great trade.
yeah, no, I appreciate it. Let me go over what I'm watching this morning, what I missed out on. I wouldn't say I missed, but I definitely was waiting for my extra confirmation. So if we go back out to the daily chart on gold, let's see here. We notice we are trading it inside of a daily fair value gap. All right, so I'm going to be bearish in this scenario, drop down to the hourly, and I want to look for, a draw on liquidity with a point of interest. So I'm watching these lows right here. I think this is Tuesday low. And I was looking for a close above. This is basically just my entry model on the 1 hour chart, so a little higher time frame. And so we had a stop run inside of a fair value gap, and it was very, very clean. So move up, move down, close below, and this retest right here is I probably should have bought, but I like to trade like past 930. And yeah, so I'm looking for like a retest right around in here to target down to these lows from Tuesday. So that's kind of what I'm watching there. And if we put in an hourly gap at 10 a.m., I'll like from 10 to 11, I'll look to target shorts in here. But I don't see a bullish scenario for gold, especially now that we're already reacting from the daily fair value gap on the hourly chart. Like this, it's already been confirmed that it wants to go lower to me. So yeah, that's for gold though. I'll have to wait and see. Just gonna set my alerts on that. Indices. This more, I don't. Like I said, I think this daily fair value gap's the play. So lower. I think my main interest is just going to be gold, though. To be fair. Yeah.
So your plan is to look at gold today.
Gold shorts, and I'm waiting for tomorrow to maybe take advantage of NQ longs from this daily gap right here. So, but I mean, there is a small, like, let's just play devil's advocate real quick. On the hourly chart on NQ and the 4 hour, there is an hourly gap right here that we just ran into. So I would like to see this get disrespected. I mean, it has to get disrespected and close below for us to even target down to 388, the daily fair value gap. But if we get a bounce here with some solid displacement, I wouldn't be opposed to taking along. But 930s here in like 11 minutes, so we'll see what happens. But I also got a 4 hour gap in here. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm watching.
Okay. Oh, chat, what are you guys thinking? Are you thinking long for the day, short for the day, or are you going to sit on your hands? type in chat. L if you're thinking long. Short, type in S. Donovan says long. I says long. Mitchell
Yeah,
is
there's a lot of people. A
missing
lot of
Bull
people.
Barbie. Wow, I'm seeing
Long.
a lot of longs. Johnny's sitting on your hands. Uh-oh.
I feel like we've
Trader.
been kind of sideways all week, though. I mean, outside of like a couple moves high, like the AM session at least, like New York AM, like Tuesday, Wednesday was kind of sideways, right? And
Yeah.
then we had obviously the big move up on Monday, and then today overnight has been pretty crazy. But I feel like the New York AM sessions haven't really moved the past couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
it's like slow, either upwards or downwards consolidation.
Exactly. It's been very tricky to trade. Yeah, this month, last month has the last 2 months has been really tough for me. I've been kind of in a little bit of a slump, and
You've been in a
and
slump?
what I am,
Ever since I've been out here, you've been like 4 for 4, 4 for 5. It's been crazy.
Thank you. So I think when I take a step back, such a big part of what I'm experiencing is the market conditions have changed. Like I do really, really well, like crazy well when we have high volatility. That seems to be easier for me to trade, like the momentum, really fast moves. And then when it's choppy, rangy, it's very easy for me to, I think, overtrade. And then also, yeah, just like erratic trading stuff. It's a lot easier to do that. MK says, where's Bull Barbie? She has the day off. She is getting recharged and she will be back on Monday. I know, we love Bull Barbie. So let's look at our numbers. Should we set the first bounty, guys?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Let's do it. All right, chat. What are you thinking for the
What did we
first?
do? 700 and 700 yesterday?
Yeah, we were at 700 yesterday and we did it. Easy peasy. I think Monday we started at 500. Tuesday we went to 600. Wednesday, yesterday was 700.
You want to do? I like how we do the likes and the viewers. So maybe we do. Maybe we do that again. Maybe. People. I see a lot of 700s, 750. You want to do 750 and 750?
Yeah, let's do that.
Because it's just me and you this morning.
Yes, let's do 750. Let's do it. All right, the first bounty is set for the day. We do giveaways throughout the entire day. So hang out with us, chat it up with us. Everyone, share our stream on all of your socials. Let's get our numbers up to 750 likes, 750 views. We'll unlock the very first giveaway. Let's smash it. 2 hands. Yesterday, when everyone was smashing it 2 hands, it did work. Woohoo! Let's do it. All right, so we have the first bounty set. This week's promo, use code YouTube when you buy a starter plus account and or expert account. And once you pass that eval with the code YouTube, you will receive a free eval, the same size, same one, which is fantastic. They did extend that. MyFundedFutures did extend that promo this week because people loved it last week. So go out and use code YouTube. It supports us. It supports the channel. Thanks, guys. Ross says, woohoo!
This is probably my A+ chart of the day. I would say week. So
of the week.
Yeah, this is my main watch. I'm just marking it off so people can. What was I gonna say? Forgot. So we did 750 and 750. Oh, I noticed our views have went up. Like after the stream.
Yeah.
You know how you can check that. I don't know how it calculates in terms of how many people it says like 7,000 or 8,000 people watched. I guess that means like.
Oh, total for the whole day. Yeah.
Okay. So if people come, what if people like leave and come back? I guess that's just one viewer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Thanks everyone for listening, watching, sharing our stream, and for subscribing. Everyone, you must subscribe to win any of the giveaways. They have like their special magic. They can check. I don't know. I've just heard Luke talk about it. Luke is on his honeymoon, and I saw one of his pictures. It looks absolutely gorgeous in Greece and amazing. Luke, if you're listening, we wish you a happy honeymoon. We can't wait for you to come back.
You think he's listening right now? Because it is like what, 3 or 4 o'clock there?
In the morning?
No, PM.
Oh, PM, maybe. You never know. Luke
Yeah.
is always kind of around. He works so much. Everyone at MyFundedFutures works a ton. Speaking of that, good morning to Abhishek and Magnus. Thank you for all of your hard work. Our mods, our amazing mods in chat.
Yeah.
Roman Arts says 7 hours ahead. Yeah, you're right. It's later. I know. One time I was going to send Luke a message, and I'm like, what time is it there?
Yeah.
And it was like 2 in the morning or something. I'm like, okay, I'll wait.
Well, so how have you done your trades this week?
So I've been doing well when I trade with you guys, and then sometimes later in the afternoon I do over trade, and that is my nemesis right now. Yeah, so that is something I need to nip in the bud. All right, so market is going to open in less than 5 minutes, and my trade is still in the green, about $200. So I'm in 5 micros short. This is based on a gap fill play, which let's talk about probabilities later. I have a cool chart to share with everyone. And yeah, so we can talk about that later, of just how important it is to just think about probabilities and kind of think about the big picture of things, which is something that I get stuck on, right? And I think a lot of everyone listening probably gets stuck on it too, where if we get into a losing trade, or maybe we have a few losing trades, it's so easy to become emotional about it, and we like want to win. And it's like, okay, wait a minute. And that's where we get in trouble. And Nick, you've shared it with us on the show of like taking care of the downside. If you limit the downside, the equity curve has no option but to go up, is what you've shared with us.
It's the only way. Yeah. It's the only place it can go. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like the analogy of flipping the coin, right? And you just got to flip the coin enough times. Like if you get emotional over 4 trades that you lost in a row, and even if you size appropriately, you just need to flip the coin more. You know, that doesn't mean like take, just random trades, but like, over the course of, 3 months, and you took 100 trades, and let's say win rate 60%. Guess what? 2R, that's more than enough in terms of profitability. So it's every single student that I've looked at in terms of like journals and stuff like that, it all goes away on one day or 1 week. It's they build it up, and then they just have that bad day. Maybe they don't get enough sleep. They come into the market and they just, I don't know who that person is when I'm looking at the trade log. I'm like, these are not your execute. These are not like your model or anything like that. And then it's like a minus $2,000 loss, on a 50K account. And just,
Yeah.
So it's all the same. It's tilt over trading. I haven't really had a whole lot of people come to me and be like, hey, like I followed my plan. I stuck with every rule and I blew the account. I mean, it's never that, So trading is it's the hardest, easiest thing you'll do in terms of that. It's like I said, it's protecting the downside and not doing anything stupid.
Yeah, it's doing the stupid things over and over again that really makes us lose accounts. And it's a tough one to break. Like once you start experiencing that, it's very human. Our brains are not set up to be like from the get-go. It doesn't seem like the majority of humans are not set up to be good day traders. Like we have to train our brains to do it the right way. Otherwise, everyone would be multi-million-dollar traders like right away.
Yeah. You have to do what the majority are not doing, right?
Yes, the opposite. Exactly. Let's celebrate MK's birthday. Happy birthday, MK. In chat, MK just said, it's my birthday today.
Sure.
Hearts for MK. Happy birthday. Yeah. Okay. Market's going to open in less than 1 minute.
Yeah. Let's see what happens. I think gold's going to hit TP before anything can happen there. So right at 9:30. So like in Q and ES, like I'd never take a trade before 9:30, but gold, like you get commodities open like 9 o'clock. So like 9 a.m. is the earliest I'll take a gold trade. A perfect entry would have been right here, 8:45, a retest of this hourly breaker. The problem is, you didn't get that close, and then you got the close and it just died. So we'll see what happens on that.
All right, market is open.
See what happens.
We are pushing a little bit lower. Kind of hovering at the open right now. We are trading above VWAP. Here's VWAP. This is the NQ. Green about 94-ish points. Anything can happen.
Let's see.
MK says, maybe I can get a free account for my birthday. Yes, hang out with us, MK. I hope you can win a free account today. That would be super cool. Lucas asked, do we have a bounty? Yes, we do. It is set at 750 views and 750 likes. Yesterday, we had it at 700 and we hit it no problem. I think I saw some people like feeling discouraged yesterday, like, oh, there's no way we can hit those. And then we easily hit them. So you guys got this.
Yeah, it surprised me a good bit. Like, we set bounty. I'm like, I don't know if we're gonna hit that. And then like I checked 10 minutes, 20 minutes later, it's like way above it. Do you check any other asset, confirm your risk on, risk off? Not really. Like I'll look at bonds sometimes. So I'll look at like ZB, CB1, but these have been having a pretty big bounce on the daily from this level right here. So typically when bonds go up, indices will go up, but it's been such a cracking correlation over the past couple of years with this asset. As for someone else asks a question here. Oh, I started short above the pre-market high. Okay, yeah, so you're probably short up here on gold. That's nice. Yeah, TP down to here is easy 2R. So that'd be very, very nice. It's an hourly unicorn, so not saying it should work out, but wink, it should work out.
Did you say wink?
Yeah, it's a wink. SMT with gold. Yeah, you can check silver. I don't. SMT with me is like preferred. It's not required. I just don't have silver on my chart a whole lot because I don't trade silver. But I don't even think there is SMT. There may be one inside the daily gap. But I'm not gonna look. Y'all can check that out. I want to see what happens here.
So when Pine Tree Trader was on our show,
yeah,
on one of the times he told us about an experiment that he did where he basically like flipped a coin, and I think the risk ratio was like risk reward was maybe 1 to 2, and then just over a completely random entry and just based on the risk reward, like it ended up making like $1,400.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. So it's really interesting to me, like with probabilities and then your risk reward number. Some people trade an inverse risk reward, right? Like they have like a 95% or 90+% win rate, and they're risking 2 to make 1, and they're profitable.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't have to go far in terms of what you're risking, and if you have a high win rate, then that's probably a scalpers that do that, or maybe people on the higher time frames too, because like right now, like the only thing I can think about is like all-time highs. So maybe they have like a stop down here and TP up to here. Maybe it's like a 2R stop with we're risking 2 to make 1, which I mean I don't do that, but I mean high win rate. I've seen some crazy strategies. I've seen some crazy stuff.
Like with your experience mentoring people?
Yeah, just looking at people's just like when I first started going through YouTube and like seeing strategies, and now I look back at those people that still trade those strategies. I'm like, man, how do y'all do that? You know, how do y'all like long, like or short here and things based on how I see price action now. But it doesn't matter. It all depends on what you're comfortable trading, you know, and is it profitable? That's all, you know, all really matters.
Mm-hmm.
I feel
And
like
then like
trading Twitter can, oh, there goes gold. So gold hit this low. I'd probably be out here at least 70-80%, and then you could hold the rest down to this Tuesday low if you wanted to. And another thing to look at in 25 minutes, watch and see how the hourly will close. So if you guys remember in Q, I was like, I want to see us close above the swing high on the daily, because that will confirm to me that we're getting out of a range. So I want to see the same thing with gold. I want to see it close through this on the hourly. And, you know, there's nothing really stopping us right here. No inefficiencies, no nothing. So I would love for us to just, you know, go lower. You know, mark that off. You guys, I hope you guys can see why this was the A+ chart of the day here. A+.
It looks like very nice, clean moves, not like confusing.
No, it was so easy. Like, you know, you look at the daily, you start on the daily, you're like, okay, it's been bearish. It's pulling back inside of it, daily gap. And if you want to, let's say you want to short, right? And you're anticipating like the next daily candle to go lower. Like, wouldn't you want to be selling like the potential wick, right? Like up in here, the open high, and then taking partials on the low close on the daily chart, right? So it pulled back into here, which is what we got overnight or during London session. And then you kind of anticipating that delivery. And there was just three things I look for. We had a stop run on the lower time frame, which would be the hourly for this one, because it's the daily to 1 hour. And then close below, breaker, retest, unicorn. And then, yeah, TP right here. So it was very simple, not very confusing. I think anyone in here can understand that right down there. Yeah.
Looks great. So my trade is working. NQ is filling down the gap. We are in the green. NQ is in the green about 53 points now. And we are trading just below VWAP here. My trade is about 520 points in profit. We'll see. I do have the daily profit target. It will automatically liquidate me once my account is $1,500 for the day. So we'll see what happens. This is a Starter Plus account. It would be awesome if I can pass it and get another free one, which would be nice. Use code YouTube for that, you guys. Buy a Starter Plus account and or Expert account this week using code YouTube. And once you pass that eval, you will receive one for free. Yeah.
And they're still running that 50% off for first-time users, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Thanks, Nick. Use code KICKOFF50. If you're a new trader to MyFundedFutures, you get 50% off any account, any one you want. Gap is wanting to fill about 36 points more, and it will be a full gap fill. Yeah, that GDP number was disappointing. Yeah. But anything can happen. Sometimes bad news is good news. Sometimes bad news is bad news. Yeah, we just don't know. I'm actually going to bring down my stop loss to about break even.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
Is that a 5-minute chart?
Yeah, this is 5 minutes. Sorry, guys. Earlier, I think I was on the 30. This is the 30. And let's take a look at the hourly. And this is the hourly.
Don't look at YM.
Uh-oh. Is it a divergence?
Huge.
Interesting. That's really interesting.
You're definitely short. You're definitely shorted the weaker pair, which is great. So
that's good.
You got about another 80 points or 100 points or so.
So originally my target was just for a gap fill, but I changed the TP to be even to try and get more profit just based on the GDP print. So I'm going to watch this and see how it reacts to the unchanged number if we dump more. then I will keep that on and try and get more profits. But if it rejects and starts to go the other way, then I'll just take profits because.
Yeah, no, great. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll take a look here. I think sometimes like with streaming, I've noticed that sometimes if I am too like static about a trade idea, that can get me into trouble. Like, oh, this 100%, I'm not going to take profit unless it hits TP. I don't know if you've experienced that before with like streaming.
Like in terms of like oh shoot, we hit the bounty, 1,000 people in 780.
Woohoo! Good job, guys. Amazing. Okay, so we did unlock the treasure. The bounty smash, Sebastian says. Bob, yes, we hit it. Awesome job, guys. So we unlocked that bounty. The treasure will drop anytime. Everyone get ready. I believe it is for a free reset. And so how you get a chance to win that, it's all based on speed. Pull up an account that you failed and hit reset, like you want to reset the account, and then go to checkout. And then there'll be like a spot where it says code. And that is where you type in the reset code when it drops. And usually it's for 50 free resets. So you got to be fast. And good luck, you guys. We don't know when it will drop, if it'll drop in the next few minutes or in 20 minutes, but it will drop.
No, it usually drops before I head out of here at 10 o'clock. I will say that. You know what I mean? So, but oh, let's see. Yeah, you said something about static, right?
Just like sometimes I think I've noticed with streaming, not just streaming, but even like with social media and then like me posting my trades. So you guys, I like to post trades not after it happens. I like to post it like, I mean, of course, sometimes I'll post trades after it's happened, but I like to also post trades like when I put it on, like to show you that I don't know if it's going to work or not. Like I'm going to be brave. I'm going to tell you like what trade I'm in. I'm not going to be one of those like furus that's like, oh, I'm only going to show you my winning trades. Like, I just don't think that's cool. So when I post my trades, sometimes like in the past, it like, let's say the plan changes or something, some news drops or something. And then it's like, oh, I don't know if I want to get out of this trade or not because I said XYZ. So I have to stick with XYZ. And this morning when I woke up, I'm like, no, you know what? If things change, I just take the trade off. Like, I don't care. It's not, it doesn't need to be so black and white is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely like some like discretionary parts of trading, like I mean, some people probably may have want to hold it to this gold low down here, which I could see happening. My rules just say take off majority here, hold the rest down to here. But I find people that like if they stray from the rules a good bit, it's mainly due to they're trying to hit like a profit goal. You know what I mean? So like maybe they follow the rules, made $1,500 and they want to make an extra 1,500 or 500 to pass the account. That's when they like, I can hold it a little bit lower, and then it doesn't run that low, but it followed you followed, like, price did what you wanted to do based on your plan, but it didn't do what you wanted to do based on your your profit goal for the day. So it's you got to have something that's constant to fall back on. And I find you can all the ICT people in here still here, but you can never go broke, taking partials, at least something off. And if you can come in and double your money in like an hour, based off, 2R or whatever, like that's better than working most places, especially if you're a full-time trader.
Partials exactly. Yuma says partials always pay. Yeah. And that's something that I haven't really experimented with is taking partials. So maybe I do that with you guys today. Okay, how about I take one partial? Should I just take one? But here's the problem. I got in on 5. So this bracket is automatically 5.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to do. I mean, it looks like it'd be like a what, 1 to 2 right now. What was the original risk to reward on that trade?
It was originally it was about 1 to 2, and then I extended it to
So if
probably
you
1
have
to 3.
your stop
Like,
loss where it was originally at to where it's at, and your TP where it's at now, what would that be, like a 4-hour trade?
now it's a 1 to 3 trade. Abish says take 3 and run the 2, Terry. Yeah, I like that. Okay, I am going to try to take a partial because I've never really
Yeah, take
been
2. Take 2 off.
entering.
Take 2 off.
Yeah. Okay. So if I take 2 off, then I'm gonna just get back in because I want to keep my brackets on. So actually, do you know what? I'll just go like this, and then so we'll just
Oh, well, I
go.
think you have to do. Oh no, you know how to do this.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do it this way, and then we'll just take that. So now they're individual. Okay, so we took 2 off, so we locked in some profit. High five, guys. High five. Mitchell said I would take 3 and let 2 all day. Yeah, I like that idea too of just like letting it run. So I have noticed with trading the average true range of the day, that is something that I pay attention to. So oftentimes I'll look and see, okay, if typically, let's say the daily range has been like 400 points or 500. Ooh,
Whoa.
Of course that happens after I took a partial, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, like it's a whale. You know. Are you sure you're
Yeah.
not short?
Nick, are you saying I'm like the whale trader?
I haven't seen a loss on stream.
Oh, thank you, Nick. Let's see. Oh, Pine Tree Trader said I'd add 5. LOL. Yeah. So Pine Tree Trader likes to add to winners as it's going in his favor, which is what Tom Hogarth does. Like he just keeps adding if it goes in his way. It is definitely an art to it because like when I've added, sometimes I add and then I keep adding, and then that changes your average price, right? And then now
Yeah,
all of
like
a
when you
sudden,
hit exit at market and cancel just now, I thought you closed the whole trade.
no. So what happened was because I got in with 5, the bracket automatically becomes 5 contracts, and then I can't change that. And I still want the brackets on. So you guys, when I have these brackets, what happens is if it hits 1, the other side automatically cancels by itself. So that's why I just exited all 5, and then I got back in 3s just so I could have my individual brackets. And
Every
I
time I've
entered
done it,
in.
well, I've never done a bracket on TraderVate. I've always done it on Ninja Trader, like the OCO order. Like I was about to like scream at you, like you're about to exit that trade. I was like, yeah, and then like it worked out apparently, but yeah. I've never seen that. I'll have to look into it. That's pretty cool. Because how I would do it on TraderVate is just right click either where I want the stop to be or my take profit, and then or I would buy market or sell market to take partials. I've never done it. I thought exit just meant like close the trade. I'm pretty sure everyone in chat would. That's crazy though.
No. Yeah, I did close the trade like when I hit exit.
Yeah.
Closed it and then I just got back in. Yeah, it's I don't know. It worked. We're still in it. So yeah, so I closed the trade. So this P&L is based on my exit right here, right? But really, I entered here the short. So so this P&L doesn't reflect the entire trade, but that's okay because we know, all of us, we know. It is working. It's wanting to close. NASDAQ is about 38 points in the green. It is taking its time. Abhishek says it's dumping. So if you were to take the 15-minute order break, it would be 1, 2, 3. You would be in it right now, short. So I got a great entry up here, at least so far.
Yeah, no, that was great. Looks like gold is so this is what I mean right here. I'll show my screen here for a second. So you see how we came below this low and now we're wicking up. So it looks like this candle closure in 10 minutes on the hourly is going to be, I wouldn't say bullish, but it's rejecting, displacing through this low. So that's why, you want to take partials based on your plan, right?
Mhm.
If like I'm not just strictly like 2R get out, like if it's like my TP is like 2.5, 2.3, 2.1, like I'll just wait till here. But definitely 80% off, stop, break even, and then from there, uh we can target down to here. So yeah, indices. Let's see.
Oh, do you want me to? Oh, you're going over all the charts right now.
No. Go ahead if you want to. I was just yeah. It looks like we're gonna inverse this gap on the hourly too. So that'll be nice. So we'll see what happens. You were gonna say something?
Yeah, I was going to show you guys this. Talk about probabilities. Share this tab instead. Can you guys see this? Yes, I think you can. So this is a chart from Edgeful, and I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Edgeful. This isn't sponsored or anything. I just think they do some great work, and they share statistics. It is a service that people can sign up for, and then you, it's like almost like a back test where you can ask it like probability of how often the 5-minute orb works, on this index or whatnot. But they shared this on their social media, and this is a probability of X consecutive losing trades within a 100 trade sequence based on your win rate. So this, like, for example, if you have let's say a 60% win rate, the probability that you're going to have a losing trade in a row, 2 in a row, is 100%. The probability that you'll have 3 losing trades in a row is 100%. And then over here, like, there's still a 7%, there's still a 14% chance that you will have 7 losing trades in a row, even though you do have an edge of, if you have a 60% win rate and, like, let's say you're, R is like risking 1 to make 2, you still have an edge, but yet you may experience 7 losing trades in a row.
Wow, that's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? What are your
Code drop.
Oh, code drop. 50 free resets. Use code morning reset. Let us know, chat, if you got it.
NQ is dropping. I'm convinced Terry is a whale.
One day. Thanks, Nick. Oh, Denny Jones got it. Congratulations. From got it. El Booney got it. Congratulations, guys. I got it. Woohoo. Kempy ZT got it. Congratulations to everyone. If you didn't get it, hang out with us because we have more giveaways throughout the day. Okay, my trade keeps working. Let's see. I will tell you what my TP's at. My TP's at 22,432. So we'll just let that run. Still short 3 micros, right? No, 3 or 2. 3. Still short 3. So chat, what do you guys think about the probabilities and how, even though you might have a very good win rate, it doesn't matter. Like, it's wild how many we can experience in a row. And that's purely systematic. Like, let's say you're trading purely systematic, your statistics, you have your, everything's down. You're not making dumb mistakes. You're not doing erratic trading randomly. You can still experience 7 losses in a row with a 60% win rate, like 14% chance that might happen. Have you ever experienced?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like just numerous losses in a row.
Yeah, I mean, like the one I remember was like 5. It was like a whole week. I think it was like last year, like late June or July. Like it was like 2 weeks in price action in a row. I just got whacked. From the P&L perspective, I was only down like not very much because I like the more I kept losing, I kept sizing down. But when I look back after the journal for 2 weeks, I'm like, wow, I cannot believe I got clapped so hard. It was bad. MGC.
Did it make you question like your strategy?
Nah, in the past it has, but no, not anymore.
Yeah. So,
I feel like people talk about like, payouts. Once they get a payout, they think everything can open up. Like it's gonna be like something great, and the rest of them will come. The rest of them will just naturally come. They will if you stick to it, right? And you don't let things like that happen. Where you have 5 losing trades in a row, and like you have like you go on tilt and things of that nature. But if you do that, then you're not gonna see those payouts. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
Let me show a trade here on gold. Someone pointed this out too. This is if you want to play devil's advocate. I don't know if I'm sharing my screen. Yeah. You can play a move back up now that we ran this low. You can play a move back to these highs if you want to. I'm still quite bearish. This is an example of taking like, a pattern setup. Like you took the short here on the hourly, and now you would take the long up to here. But like I say, I'm pretty bearish on gold. But for people that want to trade it, go right ahead.
Thanks, Nick. I was going to ask you, so how did you, I did hear you say you experienced it before where you had lots of losses in a row and you'd question your trading system and your trading style, but now you don't at all. Like, how did you kind of make that transition?
Because I saw results, you know what I mean? Like I
Mhm.
saw enough results to be like, oh, okay, it's gonna happen, just like it's no different in baseball players. They'll bat 300, they'll be batting 300, 330, and then they'll have 5 strikeouts in 2 games. I mean, do they need to change something up? No. If you guys are a
Yeah.
Yankees fan like me, you're used to seeing Aaron Judge strike out a lot, but then he'll still hit, 330, 350. So you just got to trust the process.
Yeah. Speaking of baseball, it's such a great analogy because like the best baseball players, like the batting average, isn't it like, I don't know, what 30 some percent is a very good hitting
Yeah.
average?
Yeah. Like 300, anything in the 300s is like very good. And think about it, it's like 30%, no matter if it's like 330 or, like still 30%. Like, it's not very good, but like in baseball, that's like amazing. So, yeah, that's one way to look at it too. Because like if you think about like school, right? If you let's say you got 33%, 38% in school, like you're failing every test. Even if you got 60%, you're failing every test. So you're gonna lose. It's just a matter of dealing with the downside, protecting it.
Yeah. Before you go, Nick, can you help answer some questions in chat?
Sure.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Chat, do you guys have questions for Nick before Nick takes off?
I did have a lot of questions that I answered, so that was good. Man, tomorrow's already Friday. That's crazy. Next Thursday is NFP. I'll be different. Never seen that before. NFP Thursday instead of
Oh
NFP
yeah,
Friday.
I know. I've never seen that before either. Chris asked, Nick, do you do any meditation or breathing exercises?
No. No. I mean, I do think it's important to like do something like go to the gym, things like that. Quit Kobe. I stopped doing like a lot of dumb stuff. Like I would just look at my training journal over a month. I'd be like, man, 3 weeks in a row I did good, and then like the 4th week I give it all back. So it's I would try to protect myself. What is wrong with my 3 wood?
What's going on with your 3-wood?
Nah, D Howie was nice little slides probably.
Talking
Yeah,
about
so these
golf?
are RA optics. So these are like blue light glasses. These are like daytime, and these are wear them at night. So
Okay, I'm going to move my because we had re-entered this trade, remember? I'm going to move the stop
nah,
loss back to break even, which is
not
here.
long on gold because I'm bearish on it still, even though the hourly is probably gonna close not displacing this low. But I'm trying to get one more question in here before I head out. I do not drink pina colada.
You don't drink, right, Nick?
No, not really.
Awesome. Happy birthday, MK. MK said, I got the code. Happy birthday to you. Congratulations.
All right, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'll see y'all yeah, for Friday.
Okay, bye, Nick. Thank you. See you soon.
Take it easy.
All right. So we are waiting for our guests to arrive. So what are you guys in, some longs or shorts? Type in chat if you're in long or short. I'm like wanting to exit out of this trade. Good thing we took some partials. But we'll see. I might get stopped out at about break even, which will be at 571. We'll just let it run. Yes, we do have codes today. One did drop a little bit ago, and we will be doing more giveaways throughout the day. Long on NQ Wisdom says, Mustafa is short. Let's see what happens in this trade. J-Buzz is long. Swamp says was short in the morning, then went long at the pivot. Very lucky morning. Congratulations to you. Oh, Francis is here. Hi, Francis.
Hey, I'm here. You didn't even notice, no? You're too busy trading, Terry.
Reading the chat. I did hear some sound. I'm like, oh, I wonder where that sound is coming from.
Hey, how we doing? We okay?
Yeah, we're doing good. How are you?
Good, good. Yeah, I was in the same short as you, so I've closed it now.
Very good. I need to get better at closing. But today, the plan was, like when I was talking with chat and talking to Nick, going to practice taking some partials and seeing what that feels like, right?
Yeah, I did the same. So basically like around about 1.8 to 2R. Then I took some off. And then we reversed straight away from that level. So, you know, it's always important to take partials. I tell everybody to take partials.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that's part of your system. I'm so glad we can talk about this.
You know why? Yeah. Sorry for butting in, Terry. You know why? On a psychological level, I think when you get little wins, it builds confidence and clarity.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot easier to just take maybe a partial, take a little win, and then it hits your break even. You're quite happy for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm. That's
what I've noticed, and that's what I, kind of preach. So even if it's a small win throughout the day, a win will compound. Win compounds, and then it just builds a belief system, really. Mm-hmm. So that's why I preach it. Definitely at the beginning of your trading journey.
Mm-hmm.
There's some traders that can hold trades for throughout the day. It just depends on how you are as an individual,
Yeah, to know yourself well.
Yeah. And if you want to be in the trade for that long, some people don't want to trade that long. So,
Yeah, exactly. I have noticed that I feel better. I do better just in life in general when my trades are like when I put it on and then I'm done and I don't have to think about it.
Yeah. I mean, those quick money trades, they're great.
Yes.
They're great. That works for me. It works for me. I trade London. I try and catch the previous daily high, previous daily low, a session high, and then I want to try and move stop 20-30 points, and then if it goes, excellent, it goes. But if not, I've paid myself. And then if it gets break even, sometimes I'm happy for the day to take $400-500 across 4 or 5 accounts. That's fine for me, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. Francis, can you share your chart, please, at the
Okay,
bottom?
yeah, let me see what chart.
The present.
Let me just move this one to here, and then let's throw this chart on here. So there we go. Share screen. This should be the right one. Here we go. Here we go. Is it loading? There we are. There we are.
There we are.
So you can see the trade that I was in. And I'm out now. I've closed the trade, but you know, that was my TP1. So I took some off the table there, and then we've straight away reversed, and then would have got stopped out anyway. So if I didn't take anything at the TP1, I'd have been a little bit frustrated now.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
So yeah, that's how I would have traded. Not the best time of day for me to trade. I don't trade at this time of the day, but it was a setup that I would trade. I would break back into the range, look for a retest of the top of that range, and then move back to the downside. That's how I would trade this.
So share with us how everything's been going. You have your YouTube channel. You also mentor people, and you trade. Yeah, how's everything been going since the last time you were here?
No, it's good. I enjoyed the last time that we was on. Yeah, it's really good. As you know me, you follow me on Instagram. We talk on Instagram, so you know if I'm not trading, I'm either eating food or I'm at the gym. So you know that's normally the case with me. And then obviously coaching. I like to say friends. I don't use the word students because they become friends when I work with them. So you know the friends that I teach, which is good. But great. The market's not been great for the way that I trade. I would say the last couple of weeks. Monday was very good for the community, but it's been a very zombie grind trend kind of market. So, you know, I'm a reversal trader. So it's not been great for the way that we like to trade overall. But that's part of trading. You know, the conditions don't just adapt to the way I want them to adapt, you know. You have to try and sit on your hands, and it's been good for discipline this week and last week. Very good for discipline. Yeah.
I like how you reframe that. It's like the challenge. You're seeing the challenge as a positive thing, that this is good for discipline. I'm practicing discipline. It's good to keep exercising that.
Oh, massively. Yeah. It's just what I tell the students, because sometimes people want to trade. When I first started trading, and for a long time, I just wanted to be in a trade. I felt like I needed to be in a trade.
Yeah.
And that's down to the fact that normally in everyday life, when we want to improve at something, we just do it more. And that's what we do with trading. But sometimes the setup's not there. So we're letting ourselves down. So sitting on your hands and the market not giving you what you want is the best teacher, in my opinion. The best teacher. Best teacher.
You're so great about helping people to reinforce the behaviors that actually help us be profitable traders. Like,
yeah, I think for me, what's helped for me, strategies, all those things, we need them, but they're not, for me personally, and what I've seen and how I've come across, they are not the strongest foundations. It's how you live your day-to-day life, I believe, that will create the habits to make you a good trader, because you have to become stoic really in trading. So if you're impulsive or you're erratic, or you're a person where the news bothers you, or you get high rate, things that don't go your way, you've got to work on those skills first, because trading is going to expose you. It's going to expose who you are. If you're impatient, you're finished. If you're bad with money, you're not going to be good at risk management. Yeah, I think trading is, the reason it's so hard is because you have to become like the 1% in thinking, in my personal opinion. So I preach that, as you know, that's all I preach.
That the 1%, who think completely different than the 99%.
Yeah, all the information is out there to become a millionaire or to become a successful businessman or to become a great husband or to become a great wife. But why do 95% of the people not do those things? If the information's there, why do they not do it? Because it needs training. You need to train your brain like you would train your biceps. And for ladies, it's normally their glutes these days that they train. So they don't train their arms, they just train their glutes. So
so your experience, for people who don't know, Francis is a former professional football player in the UK. And so you have a ton of experience, knowledge about training, what it takes to be a professional athlete. Share with us some of the valuable lessons that you probably, it's so natural to you. It's like you've been playing sports your whole life and being athletic and fit your whole life. So it's probably hard for you to like, I mean, I know it's not hard for you to articulate that part, but like for you, that's so natural. I think for a lot of people who are listening and watching, that might not be such a natural thing. Like, okay, how do I train? Like, how do I do this?
Yeah, it's a good point, Terry, actually, because like you say, to me, naturally, it just comes. So when I explain to someone, at times I have to remind myself that, whoa, maybe they've not been into sports. Maybe they've not had to go through, you know, certain adversities or whatever it may be. So for me, it's just I always try to get people to relate. So all the people that are watching this, good 500 of you, welcome. Great to see you all. But there's always a moment or a stage or something within one's life where they got back up and they got knocked back down and then they got back up. If you can tap back into those moments, as painful as they may be, that's what's going to help you in your trading. When you keep losing, when strategies don't work, you need to tap into something where you've got through before. So even though maybe people not have played a lot of sport or at a certain level, some people have played sport at maybe a lower level, just remember the time where, because you get so many more losses than you do wins in life. There's so many more losses than there is wins in life. It's just that the wins are massive.
Yes.
And in sports, you lose way more than you're probably going to win. So you have to keep going every day. You have to keep going and train and have to keep going. And the worst part of sports is when you get dropped, when nobody wants you in that team. Then you have to pick yourself up and train harder to get another team. And it can be from marriages that have not broken out. You know, everybody has a relationship where there was rock bottom in a relationship. How did they get back up to then get into a new relationship? They more than likely worked on themselves, you see.
Yes, it applies to many things in life. We will experience losses throughout our entire lives.
Exactly. Interesting question. Sorry, Terry, but I think it's Rich. This is quite funny. He's asked me, did I play with Zat Knight? I actually did play with Zat Knight, yes. Which is interesting. Very, very interesting. Yes. So I did.
I do see some questions. People are asking if it was American football or international football. International football. Quick, you guys in the chat, Abhishek has dropped the form to fill out to win a free account. Everyone, make sure you fill out that form. That is how you will win a free account later when we spin the wheel. And Abhishek also dropped Francis's YouTube channel. That's also in chat. Francis is at 10 Trading. Francis Green, go check out his YouTube channel. Lots of really great content. Very valuable content. So what are you thinking when you look at the market right now, Francis?
Well, it's New York Open. So you know what the New York's like. I don't know how you trade New York. I say it all the time, Terry. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It is crazy. I love it.
It's crazy. I used to trade it all the time and I could never get my head around this is crazy. So for me, the market's just been a buy the dip situation, and in every pullback seems to have been a buy the dip situation. So the trend traders, the long traders, they're having a field day at the moment. And it is very bullish. We know we had the news around the wars and things like that. Didn't really move the market. So you know that's strong when we're moving to the upside. So I don't think you can bet against all-time highs incoming. When will that be? I don't think you can bet against all-time highs. But as a reversal trader and a contrarian, I'm always expecting the market to wipe everybody out. So for me, again, I'm always looking for shorts at this moment in time. And to be honest, where would I short from now? Maybe I'd wait to the 600s to 700s. Maybe there's a zone. I don't have a lot above me for me to look for reversals. So again, I'll probably be sitting out of this for the rest of the day, probably for the rest of the week, to be honest.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, you're very selective about your trades.
Yeah, I don't trade Fridays.
Because from experience, you've just seen your statistics that Fridays are not good for your trading style.
Yeah, and I just like to have Friday of not doing anything. So it's just one of those Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, training, trading, coaching, family. I've got 4 children. So the Friday tends to be, a day where I just trying to find myself. Maybe I read a book, meditate, go for a walk. I need that time. So,
Yeah, to recharge and regroup, spend time with your family and do the things that really energize you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Fridays, I just don't trade.
I love that. Such a big reason why so many people get into trading is for the freedom.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's easy to get sucked into wanting to always be in front of the charts, thinking, oh, I might miss out on a big move, but really we got into this because we want the freedom.
Yeah. And the charts are always going to be there.
Yeah.
The charts are always going to be there. Price action is always going to be there. Opportunities always going to be there. But when you first start trading, I do understand you do need chart time. And it does consume your life. And I think that's how you get through to the level of consistency.
That brings up a great question. Oftentimes, new traders ask, how long is this going to take?
The $1 million question. The $1 million question. I think it depends. It's a very unique and individual answer. I've worked with people who are brand new and they've taken payouts from prop firms within 6 months. 10, 5, 15, 25,000 within 6 months. And they've never even seen TradingView before.
Holy smokes.
Yeah. I've got someone in the community, never even seen TradingView before. And was in 6 months, ended up taking $25,000 out of the market, which is rare. Was very, very rare, as you know. For me, I think if you don't get involved in trying to do everything on your own or go for shortcuts with signals and all the things we know that don't work, and you find a strategy and you then find one that resonates with you and you stick with that, I think 2 to 3 years is where you'll start to go and to understand what you're really, really doing. Internally. It won't take you 2 to 3 years to learn how to trade. It will take you 2 to 3 years to learn how to become a trader. There's a big difference. Very big difference. And that's down to lifestyle, routines, and psychology. And
when you say 2 to 3 years, that's like full time, right?
I don't think you can do this. I think you need 3-4 hours a day doing that. So I don't think you can trade on a Monday and then decide that you don't want to do anything until a Thursday.
Yes.
I don't think you can do that.
Yeah. Because I've heard people ask that question, and my response or thinking is, well, for some people, it might be like 1 to 2 years, or it might be 4 years, but you don't know what that means. Did that trader trade every day? Is it 40 hours a week? Is it only 10 hours a week? Like, it's really not that informative of a question. Like when you ask traders, oh, how long did it take you before you started making consistent income?
There's some traders.
Yeah.
Sorry, Terry, carry. I don't want to butt in. Carry on.
No, you go.
sorry. Sometimes when something comes in my head, I just start speaking, and then I'm like, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
I love it. Yes.
So I was speaking to potential student, client, friend yesterday, and he's been trading for 4.5 years. And he's been funded. He just cannot get to payout. Now he has a full-time job, he has a family, and he has blockers that when he gets to near payout, he goes too fast and risks too high, and then doesn't take that payout. And that keeps happening. So that's a mental block somewhere that you need to work on. And he's been trading for 4.5 years. So it just depends. How long have you been trading, Terry?
Let me think. It was around when Oprah bought a 10% stake in Weight Watchers. It was like 6 months after she bought that stake.
Right.
That was my very, very first trade. I bought Weight Watchers because I bought the stock because I'm like, this is the very first billionaire self-made woman. So if she knows what's up here, I think I'll place a bet on this. I want to say that was in 16, maybe 2016. But I've traded on and off. So like, I've had periods where I didn't trade at all for some years. And then, so it's like, it's hard to quantify. It's hard to say how long have I been trading for. Definitely a handful of years.
Yeah, definitely. When did you start to get serious though? That's the question.
Oh, I was very serious around COVID.
Was you? Yeah. A lot of people got into trading at COVID, didn't they?
Yes. A lot of people did.
A lot of people, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Let's see. Questions for Francis chat. Throw out some questions.
Yeah, throw the questions.
Francis to answer.
So how are you liking hosting the show, Terry?
I really like it. It's so much fun.
You're doing a good job. You're doing a very good job.
Thank you. Yeah, it's so much fun to hang out with all the traders, hang out with the traders in chat. It's absolutely fantastic. I feel so lucky every day. I'm like, I'm so lucky.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Question time, guys. Oh, trading model. Eduardo is asking, what is your trading model?
Oh, so as you can see on my screen right now, I'll just go in here. You can see that I trade I like extremes. So in the mornings in the London session, I look at the previous daily high and the previous daily low. I look at the Asia high and the Asia low. They're the only real levels that I want to trade from. And then what I look for is a reversal pattern on a 3-candle 5-minute reversal. If I get a 3-candle 5-minute reversal, I'll look for a slight retest, maybe a stop hunt. Some would argue that stop hunts don't exist, but that's for another day. And then I look for a reversal. So it's very, very simple. It's taken me 7 years of being in trading to actually just simplify it, going around the mill. But that's how I trade now. It makes trading very, very easy. Well, yes, for me, and it makes it methodical. If this happens at this level, I enter the trade. That's it. I don't get involved in anything else. And I've noticed that that's the best way to trade for me.
Yeah, I love the 3-bar reversal. It's one of my favorites. It's so clear, easy to see. And it sounds like with your system, the way you trade, you just wait for the levels around the zones to get hit. So you don't have to be in front of the charts like all day long. Do you just set alerts, or is it a certain time of the day that you trade?
Yeah, I just trade for like 3 hours, maybe 4 hours if I'm at the screen. So 3 hours. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And sometimes I might not get a trade, but the magic happens when you may have 5, 10, or even 15 accounts. That's the magic. So you don't have to trade more. You just need more capital. And that's why, MFF and whoever it may be, it's very, very important that you utilize this opportunity at such a low entry barrier to get holders as much capital as possible for you to trade. So you can trade less and you're a trader to enjoy life.
Yes.
Which means more capital, not more trades.
I really like that. Instead of trying to full port.
Terry, yes. Instead of trying to full port, Terry, that's for you.
Magnus says that's the key, more capital. So speaking of more capital, this week's promo is if you buy a starter plus account and or expert account and you use the code YouTube, once you pass that eval, you will receive another eval. So go out and do that. It helps to support all of the traders on the show and to help support the show also. Full port Terry, Abhishek says.
Full port Terry, yeah. I'm going to change her name in my contacts to Full Port Terry. That's definitely, yeah.
Well, I saw a question from Rich. Rich, if you're still out there listening, Rich asked, how do I learn from you, Francis?
Well, I'm on YouTube. I do daily streams on YouTube in the morning. So I know it's UK time. So a lot of our American friends may not be able to tune in. I know Terry sometimes tunes in when she gets up early in the morning. And then I've just got psychology videos on YouTube. So that's all the content. Again, it's not for everybody, but people can work with me. There are ways to work with me via the YouTube, but mainly everything is on YouTube. I do have an Instagram, but I just started getting active on that. But yeah, so you can find me through YouTube.
And then you have a website of people who might be interested in mentorship or?
Yeah, so there's just a link. Yeah, there's just a link. It's just a work with me link at the bottom of any of my YouTube videos. And you can jump on a call with me. If you like what you hear, then, I'm very selective who I work with, of course, because, I can't work with everybody.
No, if it's not a good fit, it's just not a good fit for anyone.
And also, I believe not everybody is at their stage to be going straight in maybe at that level. I think they need to work with other things. So that's a good thing. I think transparency with people that they may need to work on other things first to even understand what they're doing, Yes.
So it sounds like you like to work with maybe not the beginner, like trader that doesn't know about a candlestick at all, but maybe more.
Sometimes I do. Yeah. Sometimes I have, like you say, I have worked with people who tend to be brand new, but it does help if people have a small foundation. Now, most of the people that do watch our shows, then they have a foundation. So a lot of the time it could be strategy. It could be implementing entry criteria, but more importantly, the biggest thing that I come across in any friends and students that I work with is they just don't have a psychological foundation. They don't have a routine. They don't know what hours of the day they trade. Maybe they don't have a routine away from that, maybe health wise, and that counteracts then the way you believe in your psychology. So those are the types of things, psychology is key in success in everything that you do,
Interesting. It almost sounds like you're looking for people who are coachable. It's kind of what I hear.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because when I was a footballer for many years, this coach and another coach used to say to me that I was uncoachable. So
someone said that to you?
Yeah.
Or a student?
Yeah. Because I'm very different now than how I was. So yeah, I had to go on a lot. That's why Terry, I read books religiously and I buy books all the time. So yeah, I had a huge ego when I was an athlete, huge ego, and I was uncoachable. So it's funny that you say that.
I love that story though. Of your journey, because you walked it.
Yeah, I was
making that change.
Yeah, very different from what I am now to how I was. Yeah, very different.
So a quick reminder, everyone, make sure you get your name in the form to win a free 50K Starter Plus account. that will likely happen during Ash's segment next.
Nice.
Francis, last minute thoughts, encouragement that you'd like to share with our audience before you go?
How can I put it? Belief is built. That's one thing for sure. Belief is built from within, not from outside validation. So just build belief, and then you can be as successful as you want. That's all I can say.
Build belief, and you can be as successful as you want.
Yep. Very
We
much.
believe. Thank you, Francis.
No problem. It's been a pleasure. I'll see you
Pleasure.
soon.
Bye. See you soon. Let's
Bye-bye.
welcome.
See you soon.
Bye, guys. Let's welcome Ash Traits to the show. Hey, Ash.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing good. How are you doing today?
Good. That was really fun. We had Francis on the show and learned lots of things from Francis. Always fun to hang out with him.
Some very valuable information. I really do appreciate all the guests that joined the show. We've had some really good conversations here.
Right? We're so lucky to have all of our great guests on the show. Any trades this morning? How's it looking for you?
Yeah, everybody's going to just think that I'm bull posting every single day because I just show up looking for longs each morning. Yeah, we're looking at another long here. Essentially the same exact position we've been in this entire week. It's been, trying to catch a long from the low and looking for a new high of day. And we're in the same scenario again today. We had a move lower there at New York Open. There was a crack in correlation there at the lows, and once that happened, we started looking at longs, and now we're trying to make a new high of day here on NQ. It looks like ES already did it. So, yeah, looking for higher prices this morning.
Ooh, all-time highs, right? It's like, whoa.
It's only a matter of time.
Oh, yeah. So when I heard you say, coming in here looking for the longs, that makes sense when I hear you say that. Like, to my bear brain that likes to short, I'm like,
Yeah.
Yes, that does make sense.
Well, that's my thing too, is I'd rather be on the same side as the higher time frame. Ever since that whole recession conversation back in April, we've just been moving higher quite aggressively. I mean, it's clear as day here that we just keep going, and all-time highs is only a matter of time at this point. So
Yeah.
I've been looking for longs each day because of it.
Very nice.
How about yourself? How is your trading day going so far?
It's going well. We did a new thing today. We did taking some partials off my short that I took from this morning. And I was basically playing like a gap fill.
Nice.
Yeah, and it did fill, which is fantastic. But I extended my take profit because I was like, the data news about GDP, it was worse than expected. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, okay, well, let me extend this. And then I was talking to chat and then talking to Nick, and I'm like, yes, let's try taking some partials and seeing what that feels like. Because usually I'm all in, all out is kind of my trading style, just to keep it simple. But it does make sense to me to kind of try that out. Like, what does this feel like to take partials? What are your thoughts on partials?
I personally don't partial. Hopefully you did, because this thing did turn around after the fill. So
I did take partial.
Good. So you were able to get some partials off then.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I took off 2, and I started with 5 micros, risking about $300 worth. And then it was I started at a risk of 1 to 2, and then I did extend it to about 1 to 3. But we did take partials off, which was
very
great.
Good.
Yeah,
very
exactly. Good. It completely reversed.
Yeah.
Perfect for your trade.
Right. So that sounds like a good morning so far. Hopefully, was there a stop at break even after the partials as well?
Yes, exactly. Yes. Wisdom says full port, Terry. Haha. Yeah, I did not full port, even though I wanted to. I always kind of want to. It's something I'm changing.
There you go.
Okay.
One day at a time.
One day at a time. Exactly. Ash Trades, I will let you take the ball and run with it.
All righty. Thank you. I hope you have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. Bye, chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Good morning, chat. good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? How's everybody's week going so far? Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. It's morning time for me. I'm over here on the east coast of the U.S., so it's probably evening time for half of you over there in chat. Hello, hello, hello. What's up? And welcome back to another segment with myself. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Looks like chat is doing well so far. As always, just want to check in with chat and see how everybody's doing. Throw a 1 in the chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in the chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in the chat if you have not traded yet today. Okay, so looks pretty 50-50 so far. Some 1s and some 2s. There's some 3s in there as well. Okay. Well, for anybody that is flat or red on the day, maybe a wheel spin will cheer you up. So let me see if I can work on that for you guys. I know chat loves their wheel spins. If you guys want a wheel spin, do me a favor. Sub to the channel. Hit the like button. That way, I can work on getting the wheel spin for you. While we're waiting and watching, I also want to see what you guys are looking for today. Are you looking for higher prices or are you looking for lower prices? Are we bullish or bearish? What are we going to get next? Bullish or bearish? Are we going to see higher prices or not? Will we get those all-time highs or not? Let's see. Okay, so that is also pretty 50-50. Got some bulls and bears in the chat. Well, I'll go over my position here first, and we'll talk about the longs. And then maybe we'll get a wheel spin going. We got to see how much chat actually wants it. If we hit that sub button, if we hit that like button, maybe it'll get us to the wheel spin even quicker. So let's take a look. First things first is we had the 8:30 a.m. driver. That sent us lower during New York session. It sent us lower into some bullish fair value gaps from the higher time frame. For the individuals that have been working with me here on stream, they know that when I'm looking for longs, I'm looking for longs from below old swing lows or inside of bullish fair value gaps. So you can see here that NQ did a good job moving lower into some fair value gaps. This gave me the idea to start looking for some longs. But when looking for longs, what is one of the confirmations we look for to actually engage with that idea? Throw it in chat if you know. All right, so I'll leave the higher time frame points of interest on here. And I'm looking for chat to respond with the correct answer of what do we look for as a confirmation to start executing the idea of looking for longs. Very good job for all the individuals that are putting in chat. Thank you for participating. Yes, we look for a crack in correlation. Whether you want to call that a divergence, a crack in correlation, SMT, I don't care. The terminology is not what matters here. It's the logic. So We see price move lower into higher time frame points of interest. These are locations that I would want to look for longs. When we look for longs, we want to see bullish SMT at the lows. All right, so for everybody that said SMT, very good job. SMT is correct. So you see that price moves lower at New York Open. And what happens once we get to those higher time frame points of interest? You can see that NQ took out the 8 a.m. candle low. Okay. Remember that point in time, because time is important. You have to use the same 2 points in time to find a Kraken correlation. You can see that NQ took out the 8 a.m. candle low, while ES did not take out the 8 a.m. candle low. So now seeing that higher time frame Kraken correlation, throw it in chat. Which one's the stronger pair? We now have a bullish idea. We now have a confirmation to looking for longs. So when you're longing, which pair would you want to long? Very good job. You want to be longing the stronger pair. When dealing with cracks and correlation, you can see the stronger pair by which pair makes the failure swing, right? ES did not take out the previous candle low. NQ did. That shows that ES is the stronger pair. And look at ES now. ES did a phenomenal job going higher, whereas NQ is just now reaching new high of day, excuse me. Okay, so now to participate in that idea, we were looking at a bullish change in the state of delivery. All right, so this is what you saw on my screen when I entered the live stream. Okay, so we had the idea of being bullish. We waited for price to go into a higher time frame point of interest. Once it got to the higher time frame point of interest, we then looked for a Kraken correlation. Once we got the Kraken correlation, we then looked for a bullish entry function, which is shown right here. A bullish change in the state of delivery. And it did a phenomenal job running to the first target. First target would be the new high of day, which provided a nice 1.5 R. Okay. So very good job for anybody that caught the longs from the lows this morning. In my opinion, I personally look to stay on the same side as the higher time frame order flow. That explains why I'm looking for longs this morning, right? If you get out here on the daily chart, it is clear as day that we're in an extremely bullish trend. This thing just keeps making higher highs and higher lows. That is an uptrend. We are heading higher. I want to be on the same side as the higher time frame order flow. That explains why I'm looking for longs. Right? So at some point in time, my overall target is new all-time highs. I've been pointing to new all-time highs since April, right? My very first stream on here with you guys, I explained to you that we were dealing with a long-term buying opportunity. Go back to the very first stream in which I talked about making long-term purchases down here. Go listen to the logic to that, because now that you have that logic, now that you have the result to that logic, you can understand what I was talking about. Okay, so new all-time highs still remain my overall target. I'm not sitting here saying when they're going to happen because we can't time the market. We can't tell the future. What we can do is, as we're being objective to price, we can look for opportunities that align with that idea. And that's what you're seeing here intraday. And you've seen that throughout my time being with you all, that I majority of the time have been looking for longs. There's been, if you look at the amount of shorts that I've taken during this time compared to the longs that I've taken during this time, it represents that fact. So We'll continue searching for new all-time highs. I'm not sitting here saying when they're going to happen, but at some point in time, this is my target. At some point in time, whether it's tomorrow, next week, next month, in a couple months, I think the overall direction is heading there. All right, so just wanted to get a quick top-down analysis done. I know everybody's waiting for the wheel. So there you go. We will also get the wheel going. I love that we change it up, whether it's a surprise wheel, whether it's a timed wheel. We're doing the forms. We're doing all sorts of giveaways. We're trying to provide as much value as we can every single day. So let's get the wheel going. I know chat loves the wheel. First winner is going to be, of course, the first winner I'm not able to. How do you say that, chat? How do you properly say that? I'm going to write it down because I don't want to butcher the name, but what's the proper way of saying that? But we got the first winner there. So congratulations. Second winner is going to be Mendez 123. Here comes the next winner. Ambrosio. Got another winner there. Congratulations. Bob, our next winner. For any of the winners, just make sure you open a ticket. Hugo V, our next winner. Congratulations. Just make sure you open a ticket to claim the prize. We have Naked Charts as the next winner. Congratulations. MFFU, next winner. Cut Keeper, congratulations. Once again, if you're a winner of the wheel spin, just make sure you open a ticket to claim the prize. This will be for, we handed out 10 50K starter plus accounts. Congratulations to all the winners. That looks like we might have to do one more. I think that was the first winner there. You're only able to win one, so we're going to redo that one. Another one I'm not going to be able to, what is that? VPI Elated? Not sure how to say that properly, but the next winner. Congratulations. Congratulations to the winners. Those are some 50K starter plus accounts. Congratulations. Again, if you won one of the wheel spins, just open a ticket to claim the prize. Congratulations. That's why I like to do some as a surprise. That way, the people that are here in chat participating gets rewarded for it. Sometimes we'll make them scheduled. Sometimes we'll do the forms. Sometimes we'll do questions. Sometimes we'll make it surprises. That way, it's a fair chance. That way, people that are here participating gets rewarded for it. So congratulations to the winners. Just make sure you open a ticket to claim the prize. 50K starter plus accounts. Very good job. So back to the information. Anybody that's just joining, we were looking at longs. The reason why we were looking at longs, we'll get another top-down analysis completed real quick so everybody could understand whether you heard my first one or not. Let's do it again. First things first is I always get out here on the daily chart. I'm getting out on the daily chart to obtain my bias. I obtain a bias from the higher time frame because, in my opinion, the higher time frame holds more influence. Okay, so the daily chart is my higher time frame. All right. What I'm looking at on the higher time frames is swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Okay, I'm looking to understand the most recent information. The most recent information here is that we created a bullish FEG. This shows the bullish intention. This shows the momentum that's in the marketplace. Seeing this bullish FEG is what's making me say I'm bullish. And what we're targeting is new all-time highs. Okay, so what I'm currently looking at is price moving to all-time highs. That's going to remain my bias until information presents something different. Right? Something different would be is if we got a candle closure below this FEG. If we went below this FEG and invalidated it, that would be something saying maybe the bulls are exhausted. Okay, so just to give you an idea of what could change my bias, that's what it would be, an invalidation to the bullish FEG. Until then, I'll be looking at this as an area of support for higher prices. If they want to just run it higher without ever retesting it, that just shows the bullish momentum. So either way, I'm pointing to higher prices, and I'm looking for all-time highs to be the overall target. So once you get a bias, that's when you come down into your hourly chart, and you're looking at two things on the hourly chart. You're looking at higher time frame points of interest, right? For me, it's still the same information. I'm looking at swing lows, swing highs, or FVGs. Okay, if I have a bullish bias, then I want to be looking for longs from below old swing lows or inside of bullish FVGs. And that explains today's information. NQ moved lower at the open into a bullish FVG, a location to look for long positions. Once you get to a position, once you get to a location for long positions, that's when you look for a cracking correlation. The cracking correlation is the market tipping its hand to you saying, hey, something might happen here, right? And the cracking correlation this morning came in the form of NQ took out the previous hourly candle low, whereas ES did not take out the previous hourly candle low. This shows you that Kraken correlation. When two correlated assets are doing something different at the same exact time, that's what a Kraken correlation is. This shows you that ES is tipping its hand saying there's momentum in the marketplace. The bulls are still in control, right? And you can see the strength right here with ES. Notice how ES is doing a good job going higher, whereas NQ is struggling at the highs. That's because ES is the stronger pair. It shows from the Kraken correlation right here. So now, notice how we had an idea from the bias. So we created a game plan. We knew what we were looking for today's session, right? That's the first step here. And that's what we've been doing here on MyFunded TV throughout my time being with you guys is, one, we're creating a game plan. Each morning we come in here, we create a game plan so that we understand what we're looking for that session. All right, this is what day trading is in a nutshell. Create a game plan. Second is executing that game plan. Right, and we've done a lot of mental or emotional intelligence in here during my segment as well, because that's what actually allows you to execute your ideas. Your mental and emotional intelligence. Right? being capable of controlling your emotions. And then that allows you to execute these ideas that you made during your game plan. Because the last portion of this is risk management. Doing our due diligence first, right? Creating a game plan, executing that game plan with very strong mental and emotional intelligence is what allows us to manage our risk. That's what allows us to manage our risk. And we've gone over risk management as well. We continue to keep talking about a 50% win rate at a 1 to 2 risk to reward. You're even seeing me execute at those numbers. So it's not me just talking from numbers, it's me talking from experience. That is actually what's happening within my trading. And so far, during this live stream, those results speak for themselves. So far, I've taken 4 trades live on stream with you all. I've had 2 winners and I've had 2 losers. 50% win rate. If you're executing a 50% win rate at a 1 to 2 risk to reward, you're going to make progress in your business. And that's why we're here. That's why we're going over this logic. That's why we're documenting our business daily so that you can see this stuff happen in real time. You can see the logic that's being provided to your decision making. Last portion to the risk management is the entry function. That's why we keep going over entry functions, because that's what defines the risk management. Where to enter, where to exit, position sizing accordingly. That's what risk management is. Then also having the mental and emotional intelligence to not overtrade, not oversize, to be capable of dealing with delayed gratification, having the patience and the discipline to execute all 3 of those, right? Being able to create a game plan, execute the game plan with risk management. Okay, so to finish the top-down analysis, we had a bullish bias heading into the day because of the daily chart. We saw that NQ and ES had a bullish divergence at New York Open. Once that bullish divergence occurred, we then found a bullish change in the state of delivery. Right here. When that bullish change in the state of delivery occurred, that's when we began looking at longs. And the longs have done a good job so far, going 1.5R. We'll see if they want to complete the 2R. So we'll leave that there for now. Just wanted to make sure everybody understands what we're looking at, the top-down analysis, along with the logic to the decision-making. Okay. If anybody has any questions regarding that information, feel free to throw it in chat and I can head over to chat for any questions or information. I'm looking for this to go to 2R. My overall target is new all-time highs. This is the information that I have for today, and I'm waiting to see if this wants to run to 2R. So I'm going to head over to chat. Once again, feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat, whether it's regarding today's information, anything regarding trading, mental or emotional intelligence. We can start to go into a Q&A now. Very good job. But Ash, there is no entry on the unicorn. This is a change in the state of delivery. That's why I marked it as a change in the state of delivery and not a unicorn. Those are 2 different things. How much do you risk per trade? Do you adjust your risk when winning/losing? So risk per trade is a risk tolerance. I don't think how much I'm risking is something that you should be risking. Okay. Right now I have a $500 daily loss limit on my live account. So my maximum losses are at $500. Therefore, I want my wins to be $1,000 or more, right? 1 to 2 risk to reward. Now, The market determines your entry. The market determines your stop. So you're not going to be able to do exactly the same risk every single time, right? If you're sitting there saying, my risk is $500, right? So one contract of NQ at 25 points, yeah, that's $500. But sometimes your stop's going to be 20 points. Sometimes your stop's going to be 26 points. Sometimes your stop's going to be 22 points. The market determines your entry. The market determines your stop. As long as you have a defined maximum loss, that's what matters. Okay? If you're saying that your losses are $500, you should not have a $1,000 loss. You should not have a $1,500 loss. Keep it in and around $500. The last thing that I have to say about that is that there's slippage in the marketplace, right? You don't have perfect fills every single time. So even if you're risking $500, there may be a time where you get a little bit of slippage and your loss ends up being $540, right? You have to be fluid with the marketplace. And what I'm saying about being fluid with the marketplace is you're not going to have the same exact stop every single time because the market determines the entry and the stop. The market also determines the slippage. So you have to be fluid with that, adaptable to the marketplace. Make sure you have a maximum loss and then keep your losses around that number. Whether it's, right, if my maximum loss is $500, I'm not going to be pissed off if I have a $550 loss, right? Slippage is going to happen. That's okay. If I have a $1,000 loss, then I'm going to be pissed off because I didn't follow my rules. If I have a $2,000 loss, then I'm clearly tilted, I'm doing something wrong, and I'm making emotional decisions and I'm not following my rules. There's a difference there. Okay, so do you have a plan to size up and beyond $500 USD? Yeah, so when the account gets built up, we can size up. So the live account so far has seen multiple payouts. The first thing that I was most interested in is putting money in my bank account. Okay, so I took 2 withdrawals to start, which you guys watch me do that right here, providing the logic to all of my decision making right in front of you, which resulted in, I think it was around $5,000 in the first month of the live account. It might have been $6,000. I need to go check the withdrawals. But imagine making 60% in 1 month, right? $6,000 of profit on a $10,000 live account. That's a 60% return. Just put that into perspective, because some people are probably going to sit here and say, oh, I want to make $10,000. I want to make $20,000. Change that idea to a percentage instead of looking at a dollar amount. Imagine if you made 60% on a $10 million account. So you have to understand it's the perspective, it's not the dollar amount. Making 60% in a month is astonishing. So, let me finish off the question now. In regards to scaling and in regards to sizing up, I wanted money in my bank account first, and you guys heard me say that to you on stream, and I still believe in it. It's not profit until it's in your bank account. So when you become available for a withdrawal, take the withdrawal, because it only takes one horrible decision to ruin all of your work. So when you become available for a withdrawal, put that money in your bank account. Okay? Now that I've put money in my bank account, now that I've had a very favorable return on the live account, now I'll look to build it up. Right? If I get $10,000 of profits, then I'll look to scale that $500 of risk to $1,000 of risk. Okay? So I'll scale as the account grows. Ash, do we need to consider the wick of the candle for the breaker? Yes, the entire candle is considered. Yes. Right, so this would be the bullish breaker right here. You have a swing low, you have a swing high, you have a new low, then a new high. So in terms of my model, the unicorn model, This is the bullish breaker right here. And notice how I'm also using the wicks. I'm using the entire candle. Right, so these 3 candles are the bullish breaker. You outline the entire candle. You also have an FVG here, so this is also a unicorn model. All right. Yes, you consider the entire candle when outlining the breaker. What is my strategy? My strategy is the unicorn model. You can see me documenting the unicorn model across all of my social medias. The tag to my social is right below there, right below my picture. Ash trades across YouTube, Instagram, Discord, Twitter. If you go to my YouTube, there's a unicorn model playlist. Just watch that free playlist. It explains the entire model and every piece to it. Hey, Ash, how do I change ticks instead of USD? So I'm not in my trading panel right now, so I'm not going to be able to go to it. I'm also not giving you my credentials to my account, so I'm not going to click on it. But if you're using TradingView, sign into your account. Then in your trading panel, it's going to say the account name. Right next to the account name, there's going to be an arrow for a, not an arrow, what is it called? A tool wheel. There'll be a little tool wheel. Right next to the name of the account, there'll be a little tool wheel. That's the settings. In the settings, go to trading. In the trading tab, go to profit or loss. Under the profit or loss section, it'll say money, ticks, or percentage. Just change it to ticks. Have I ever tried this model on crypto? Yes, you can use it in all of the markets, whether you're talking about currencies, right? If you want to use EU, GU, be my guest. If you want to use commodities, right? If you're trading oil, gold, you can use it there. There was one on gold this morning, actually, that we looked at in my community. I want to see what the result was to it. So here's gold, right? You have a 5-minute bullish unicorn. Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. There's an FVG right here, right? So this is a bullish unicorn on gold. It hasn't provided a result yet. It's just been, ever since it gave an entry, it's just been in drawdown, sitting around. So no result there, but the point to that is to show you that it happens in all of the markets, whether you're trading NQ, ES, gold, crypto, whatever you want. Don't you need to be signed into the trading account to hit the settings button? Yes, that's what I said. I'm not signing into my account right now because I'm not giving away my credentials to my live account. Yes, sign into the trading account, then go to settings. In the settings, that's where you'll see the ability to change your profit or loss to ticks or money. Hey, Ash, why didn't you enter the 5-minute unicorn on ES after NQ bounced from the FVG with the SMT? I've already taken my risk on the week. I've explained to you all that I don't trade as much as other people. I've taken my risk on the week, so I'm no longer interested in taking more trades. Not every single day is going to be a trading day. You should think in terms of risk instead of reward. Okay? In my opinion, I've created a limit to the amount that I'm allowed to trade. Once I hit that limit, it doesn't matter what happens on the chart, right? So today and tomorrow, since I've already hit that limit, you're not going to watch me execute a position because I follow my risk management first. Risk is what matters. So think in terms of risk, not reward. If you're the individual that's sitting there saying, you know, I want to make $1,000 today, or today's the day it's going to run to all-time highs and my longs are going to print. No, I don't do that. I'm not the euphoric type of individual. I'll always think in terms of risk instead of reward. Okay. So I've hit my risk limit on the week. So it doesn't matter what happens on the screen. I'm still going to show up for my session and collect the data that I'm looking at, but that you don't need to risk to do that. Okay. I am green on the week. My risk limit is 1 trade per day maximum, 2 trades a week maximum. So I've taken my 2 trades. One was a winner, one was a loser. Once again, that 50% win rate right there. How long have you been in your live account? I'm in my 2nd month of the live account. I plan to keep that live account for as long as possible. I'm in my 2nd month of the live account. Ash, for the trade setups today, do you immediately enter on the trade once price goes above the change in the state of delivery? Yeah, that would be, you could do a buy stop here, thinking that you get the change in the state of delivery. Right, so right here, let's do this so you can see it. Right, so at this moment in time right here, you can be entering a buy stop order. So that means when price goes above this line, you'd be entered into your order. That's one opportunity. Okay, so a buy stop order at the change in the state of delivery, or you can simply just mark it, right? Market order in as price goes through the change in the state of delivery. That's the 2 opportunities there. Obviously, if you set a limit after you get that confirmation, it never retested the change in the state of delivery. Okay. So there's different order types. Maybe that will have to be a segment as well. Maybe we'll have to do an educational segment on order types so that everybody's familiar with how to properly enter the market. Maybe we should do that as well. So anybody else that just joined the stream, we're just doing a Q&A for the next 20 minutes. I have 20 more minutes of my segment. I'm currently hanging out with chat, going over any questions or information. It could be anything to do with this trading business, whether it's about my trading model, about mental or emotional intelligence, about today's action. Are you in this trade? Nope. I mentioned multiple times already, I've hit my risk limit on the week. Okay. If I was in this trade, you'd see that I'm in my live account. You'd see P&L fluctuating up and down. There is no trade on the screen. That's because I'm not in a trade. Ash, have you ever copy traded before? Yes, I have. I used the Trade of 8 group trade to copy trade funded accounts. That was before I got moved to the live account. I really don't know how to be any more clear about this. You know, if price comes back to the 5-minute change in the state of delivery, will you take the trade? I really don't know how else to say it. I am not trading today. It doesn't matter what happens on the screen, right? Risk management is the #1 priority. I've taken my risk for the week. I'm done. That's it. It doesn't matter what happens on the screen. Risk management is the #1 priority at all times. Did any non-trading books help you with your mindset? Yes. Read what is it? Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink. Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink. That's a very good book, non-trading related, but helped with a lot of mental and emotional intelligence. Yeah, anytime. Feel free to ask any questions. The chat moves very fast, so please do be patient with me. If I miss a question, I am really trying my hardest. There's hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of people in the stream at times, so it's hard to read every single question that comes across. I am definitely trying to get to questions in a timely manner. So if by chance I missed the question or the information, just throw it back in chat. Don't spam it. That's not going to help. But I'm trying. I'm definitely trying. Ash, how did you become so disciplined? Well, years and years of work. I've been doing this for close to a decade now. So the more experience you get, the more conviction you get. The more data you collect, the more information you have to analyze. When you see a certain thing is not working for you, then it becomes a simple choice. Right? Continue down the road you're already going down, and you'll continue to keep getting the results you're currently getting. Or you can take a proactive approach in changing something to become better. Adapt to the information that you're collecting so that you can become more efficient in your trading. That comes through collecting data, which takes time. Right? So I'm sorry to say it, if you're in your first week of trading, first month of trading, first year of trading, you have a lot more time to go. If you believe that this is going to change your life overnight, I'm sorry. I'm not the euphoric type of individual. I just don't believe that's going to happen. It didn't happen to me. It also didn't happen to the majority of traders. So the reality of the situation is it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of hard work, focus, energy. It will take years to get an understanding of this. So you need to risk properly so you can withstand that amount of time. Right? Don't go all in on your very first position, ruin your entire financial status, and then never come back, is what I'm saying. Risk properly so you have enough time to collect enough data to develop this skill. Okay? Hey, Ash, is break even a good thing or does it ruin trades? So this is a conversation that a lot of people have been having with me. There's individuals that don't appreciate my approach to the market, and that's okay. Everybody's allowed their own opinions. Everybody's allowed their own perspectives. I have people that keep coming up to me telling me that I need to protect my capital, right? That when a trade goes profitable, I need to start moving my stop loss to break even. That's just not how I trade, though. So when I'm protecting my capital, I do that in my bank account, not on the chart, right? So I don't spend thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on evals because that's when I'm protecting my capital, right? I know how much money I want to spend. So when I spend money, I want to risk. That's the purpose to spending the money. I know that the money is meant to be risked, and I'm risking it right here on the chart. So in terms of protecting capital, I don't do that in terms of trades. When I'm trading, I leave my stop loss in the original location, right? So I look to target a 1 to 2 risk to reward. I use the swing points as my invalidation. So you'll always see me putting the stop loss at a swing low or a swing high. This is the amount of room that I'm willing to risk, and I'm looking to aim for 2R. When I do that, I leave the stop loss here, right? So I'm either closing the position when take profit has been hit or when stop loss has been hit. I do not raise my stop loss above entry, okay? When I'm protecting my capital, I do that in my bank account, not on the chart. When I'm coming to the chart, I want to risk. And the purpose to doing that is accepting the risk. Accepting the risk and allowing price to fluctuate. Because the reality of the scenario is price is going to go up, price is going to go down. Price is going to go up, price is going to go down. And then finally, price is going to go up. You can't determine what price is going to do. You can't predict the future. Okay, so price will move up, price will move down. It's going to fluctuate many times when you're in a position. So this is why I don't raise my stop loss, because when you get into a profitable position and then it pulls back to break even, you get stopped out at plus $50, like something that's right above break even, plus $100, and then it goes to plus 2R. So it never hit invalidation. In fact, it hit validation first, but you didn't get to participate. You didn't get to participate in that because you moved your stop to break even too early. Now, the issue, in my opinion, with that is when your winners aren't larger than your losers, your risk management gets thrown off, right? Because now let's play the scenario out. Let's say we take, we'll do my current stats. So we'll use my current stats of a 50% win rate, right? If your wins are $100 because it's right above break even, and then your losses are full stop losses, so minus $500. If you have 2 wins of plus $100 and 2 losses of minus $500, then you're not profitable. Your losses are larger than your winners. You understand what I'm saying? So that's my purpose to leaving my stop loss in the original location, is the acceptance of the risk. I want to be risking, and to protect my capital, I make that choice before anything is purchased. Before money is put into a trading account, before an eval is purchased, that is when I make the decision of protecting my capital or not. When I want to be risking, I want the numbers to be in my favor. I don't want my losers to be larger than my winners. That's why I don't move my stops. All right, risk management is the #1 priority at all times. It will be the reason why you make progress in this business. So you need to figure out what works best for you, what fits your personality and your lifestyle, so that you can properly risk. And for me, that's what I just explained. That's what works best for me, my mindset, my emotions, my time. So since that's what works best for me, that's what I move forward with. And I'm not sitting here saying what's right or wrong. What I am saying is you should look inward, right? Figure out what works best for yourself. Be an independent thinker. Don't let other people sway your decisions. Be data-driven. Get your answers from your own data, right? What are you best at executing, and move forward with that? Are you better at leaving the stop in the original location, or are you better at going break even? That is where you actually figure out what is right or wrong. Not somebody on the screen telling you, oh, this is the best strategy, blah, blah, blah. Right or wrong comes from your data, not somebody else. So very good move here. The bulls are in control. That bullish SMT that we analyzed this morning did in fact play out. So I'm very happy with the logic that I had today. The bullish bias was the logic. Then the confirmation to the logic was the bullish hourly SMT. Once we found those two things, we looked for a change in the state of delivery. That logic provided to be a very valuable logic, because now we're sitting near 2R, right? 1.8. So this would be the time where, if there's anybody in my community, for anybody that was in my morning stream in my Discord, if you were in this long, this is where you need to start taking profit. You're approaching 2R there, 1.8. Okay. That's a nice win right there. Anything near 2R, that's going to be a larger win than it is a loser. So now that we're approaching 2R, start taking the profits for any of my community members that are still in here. W on those longs, Ash. Thanks. Helps me get out of some serious drawdown. I love to hear that for you, and congratulations on the long, but I'm not a signal service. So if you're coming in here looking for positions from me, I highly suggest that you become an independent thinker and that you execute on your own. Hopefully the idea was your own and not mine. The only reason why I come on here and live stream is so that I have, documentation for myself. I'm not doing this as a signal service. Okay. So hopefully you're not just blindly following along. Hopefully you came up with your own game plan. Hopefully you were able to execute it on your own and manage your own risk. Yeah. That one I know is at least a meme. Thanks, Ash, for the long signal. Helped me repurchase my house that the government took away. I do appreciate some comedy, so I thank you for that. What is my strategy to take a trade? It's the unicorn model. Once again, I have the unicorn model playlist on my YouTube. You could just go watch it there. I'm not going to be able to go over my entire model. I only have 5 minutes left on my segment, so it would take longer than 5 minutes. If you want to just head over to my YouTube, I have an entire playlist that goes through the entire model. How much time have I been trading? I'm closing in on a decade here of trading. So that's what I've been doing for quite some time here. No codes in the Ash segment. You must have just joined because we did the wheel spin. We handed out 10 50K starter plus counts. So yes, we did do giveaways. But bulls remain in control. Very happy about it. Another day to gain more data. Experience is going to build that conviction. Another day, another opportunity to continue gaining more conviction in our model. This is what we have to do. You have to understand that every single day doesn't have to be a day where you take a trade, but every single day you should be showing up to your hours, you should be showing up to your hunting session, and you should be documenting your business, right? So a perfect example that I always go back to is like, LeBron James or Michael Jordan. The amount of time that Michael Jordan spent shooting a basketball was more during practice than during the games. He spent more time practicing than he did in the game. Every single professional athlete is the same, right? You have to show up and work every single day, whether you're risking or not. And the focus, the attention to detail, the energy you put into your business is going to be that in your results. You will see that through your results. I would put my money on it. The people that are giving their undivided attention to their business, they're really focusing on trying to get 1% better every single day, no matter the results. Those are the people that are going to be here in the long term versus the people that show up euphorically trying to make it all in one day. You have to work. Show up and document your hunting hours every single day, no matter whether you take a trade or not. Put the time in, put the effort in, put the focus in that you would want to see in your results. Okay? So, thank you all for your time. Today was a great conversation. I do want to say thank you to chat. I do really appreciate that we get to go over these questions and information each day. It really provides a lot of value for everybody that's here working and learning with us. We're going to continue relentlessly working and learning every single week. So if you want to show up, going over positions, going over logic, going over mental and emotional intelligence, We'll sprinkle some giveaways in there too. That way we can have some fun as well. People can be gaining value through getting some free accounts as well, on top of seeing trades happen, going through the education, listening to some of these expert hosts. We will be doing that every single day. So sub to the channel, turn the notifications on, like the stream, and definitely make sure you stick around for Tom's segment. So I'm going to go ahead and welcome Tom up onto the stage.
Hey, hello there.
Good morning. How are we doing today, Tom?
Good morning. Good to see you. Well, interesting market, doing okay. I'm having a good day, and I was always. I mean, I enjoyed listening to your segment, and well, what can we tell? This is an interesting market again, near all-time highs. But yeah, interesting day. Good day so far. How's
So
your day?
were you able to get any trades? How are you
Oh,
doing
yeah.
so far for this morning?
Yeah. We jumped into a nice short position to scalp all down at the market open. We went all the way down to that 482, and then managed to catch the move up through the first fair value gap up to the top of this level. And yeah, it was good. So that's all. And so far up in the green. Yeah.
So we're green on the day.
Green of the day, yeah. Although I just lost a small trade on a MyFundedFutures evaluation account, but that's good. Funded accounts are green. That I can say. So,
Well, any and all green is welcome here. I love being green. So congratulations on the hard work. And what do we have to look forward to for your segment?
well, I will do some technicals, and I might gonna jump into maybe a position. I'm eyeballing the same level down there at below the 500s. Maybe if it starts to waterfall, I will jump in. And obviously, I have some new topics as well. So I hope chat will going to enjoy. And yeah, that's gonna be it.
Very good. Well, I'm excited to see your stream. I've been getting a lot of value from it. So I'm also very thankful for your time.
Thank you.
And I hope you have a great stream.
All right.
Have a nice day.
You too. All right, everybody. Here we are. Here we are again. Hello, chat. Hello, everybody. Good to see you guys. What an interesting day so far, right? Magnus, Abhishek, and everybody else who I don't see all the time because it's just so fast scrolling through the chat. Welcome, and it's always good to be back here. Positive vibes. Hello. All right. So what an interesting day. I mean, London session, as always. Well, I would say it was quite interesting, but I gotta go through. Hey, Naomi, I've got to go through some levels here, and I'm gonna do some very, very quick tape reading from my point of view, as I usually do. So as you guys know, I also stream every day on my channel, 2 a.m. Eastern Standard and 9:30 Eastern Standard at the market open. So we were having a nice position this morning. Actually, it was this one. I was looking for previous day high, and we were having a zone drawn up this morning in the London session. And I'm just giving you these examples because I got quite a few questions in mail, in my stream as well, and here too. I received messages on Twitter like, can I say more about the zones? And I'm already making some new video about this, and it's going to be uploaded. But first of all, I just wanted to show you this example, that this is a textbook level that I always look at, like a bullish candle on the 5-minute chart from Wednesday, pushing into this bearish fair value gap to take some liquidity and shifting market structure. Now, as soon as we started the London stream, I pointed out this level that we should be getting through here, and we did get into the zone at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard. So I thought that since we were eyeballing, you guys remember yesterday I was talking about 22,583. So I was keep repeating myself, not just yesterday, but before yesterday, that guys, we should be eyeballing 22,583. So that's what I did. When this morning I saw that push to the upside, I was like, man, I don't want to miss the train. So I just jumped in, We took a nice long position. It was super awesome. I think I was holding the position all the way up until 569 because there was a 15-minute fair value gap on the micro at 571. Now I got out at 69. It was a real good trade. Just closed it somewhere around, here at 420 something. So that was a nice one. And I was kind of hoping that we are going to leave this 583 for the New York AM session, which technically it was happening in the AM session, but I was hoping that it's going to happen throughout the stream. But eventually we popped into that level, that 583. So I was, after the market opened, I was looking for a scalp. I don't like scalping, but I was looking for some kind of a pullback into a zone. And so it happened. Here was the market open. We went down. We created the super new hype, the first fair value gap here. Price went back into it. And as soon as it started rejecting, I was like, let's try it. Let's try to go for it. My stop was somewhere above there, but we went down to, I think my TP was at 80. I don't know, 84, 85, 485, somewhere there. Anyway, I got out before we reached the zone. I closed it manually. Sorry, I closed it manually here. And anyway, that was a nice scalp. And then when I saw the sharp reversal up here, I thought like, okay, this should be going higher. And there is a zone up there again. If it trades through the first fair value gap with an up close candle, that is definitely going to go higher. So I jumped in again to like a so-called scalp trade again. And that's it so far. And both of my MyFundedFutures funded accounts are up, not too much, like $200 each. So that's good. I made another $800 on other funded accounts. So I'm all right. And just as I was listening into the segment as Ash was talking about these levels, I took a small long position which on an evaluation account on a new starter I just purchased, and so I thought that why not, but eventually I just got stopped out just as I hopped in. But anyway, it is what it is. So that's the technical side. Another proof for myself and for those of you guys who are interested in these levels that these zones can give you quite a good levels of targets, right? And so at this point, I'm let's just say I'm a little bit interested in short positions as well. I'm not going to jump in right now, although we had a market structure shift here. I'm actually quite surprised that we are having this movement right before the lunch hour, but we had a market structure shift. It's not a perfect one, especially not with an up close candle with just a wick. So it's not a strong shift on the 5-minute. It's still not a strong shift on the 1 minute here, but I wouldn't be surprised if this would not be just a market structure. It would be just a liquidity sweep. Who knows? And that being said, I might gonna give one more try into this for this trade. Now the buy side liquidity, as you see it, I marked it at 664. You might ask, what is that? So we have to go back to the left again. And here's that zone that I was telling you guys about all week. So here's the zone, and the high of the zone here, this is the 1 hour chart, and this level is February 21st. And the high of the zone is 664. Obviously, it's a beautiful swing high. We have another swing high up there, but that's not this beautiful like this one. And I always keep repeating and saying that these zones meant to be destroyed. It sounds heavy, I know. Kind of sketchy, but still. I like to say that these zones meant to be destroyed. The more beautiful the zone is, the more likely that it should be destroyed. And destroyed, I mean that, price should be slowly grind higher and absolutely take it out. And once the high has been taken out, it's done. Okay, the work is done, the business is done. And with the sharp reversal, there might be a chance to do that. Like, I'm not sure if it's going to happen today. Market is definitely a little bit slow, but PM session can speed up the things. How far are we right now? 70 something points, 74 points from the top. NQ can do it if it wants. I remember in April, in this year, April, if you guys remember, we were having 100 point 1 minute candles. So we had 150 point candles during that time. So NQ can do crazy stuff. And actually, to be honest, I am tempted to jump in because it just inverted this gap and this gap. So we're just having multiple inversion. And since this is just an evaluation account, I'm just jumping into a position. And I'm just going to target the 650-ish area. I'm not touching my funded accounts. But why not try to look for some more highs here? Okay. My target is clean. I'm looking for I like that level up there. We had a liquidity sweep. We had some inverted gaps here. So why not? You know, I'm not going to risk let's see, I'm going to risk because I like to be a little bit more aggressive on the evaluation accounts. I'm going to risk a little bit more than $200 on this. And I'm going to target the 650-ish area. It's not a high probability setup, I must say that. And we're going to talk about this right now. So choosing between high and low probability setups, because it definitely goes down to risk management, and that's super important at the end of the day. So I think this setup in this case is a low probability because we are near all-time high. NQ can definitely pull back any moment, do some very, very, very heavy drops, and I'm just not really comfortable going long at these levels. And because I already made my target at this level, today on my funded accounts, I don't really want to give back anything to the market. And I think this is something you should also do. If you made your profit throughout the day, why not finishing up the day with that positive feeling? And we're going to talk about that too. You must end up the day in a positive conviction, a positive experience that you can take away for the next day, especially if we're talking about Friday, which is tomorrow, of course. So ending up the day and the week on a positive note, when you can say that, okay, I made some profit, whatever amount of, even if you ended up with break even, by the way, don't underestimate a break even day. Break even day is actually a winning day. Understatement there. Break even day is a winning day because you went into the market, you got out from the market, and you basically won because the market didn't take your capital or your profits. Okay, that's a win. Just remind yourself, when you feel a little bit down, oh my god, I just ended up break even. No. That's bad habit. You must reprogram yourself. Break even is winning. Okay. Also, sitting on your hand is winning. We talked about this too, but I'm going to keep repeating it. If you sit on your hand, you're actually trading. We are right now actively trading. Oh yeah, we definitely do. Here's the position, by the way. I forgot to show you, but yeah, it's not a huge thing. Basically around break even. We'll see what happens. I'm not gonna go overboard with this one, but anyway, looking for that level. And what else do we have here? 1 hour supply. Okay, I can delete this level. It's not important anymore. So we are inside of the zone. And one more thing, I totally forgot to to say that about ES. So if we go to ES, would you look at that? How many times we talked about this? This is the daily chart on ES. So let me get this off. How many times did we talk about this? Like, look at this fair value gap from February 21st. This is just going to reach out for this gap. And you know, ES still didn't go for the mid-level yet. And I think, by the way, ES wants to make new all-time highs. This market is screaming for all-time highs again. And obviously, it's time for a pullback, you know, any day or any hour. Look at this. So many, even like when I just put a trend line here, I'm not an expert in trend lines, but I feel like there's so many liquidity resting below these levels. So be careful with the long positions. That's why I'm saying if ES starts to drop, well, NQ is definitely going to drop like a rock. So just be careful. And that's why, you know, at this time of the day, and this is why time and price is important. Even if you want to force yourself into a trade, just like I did. Actually, I didn't force myself. As I said, I'm okay to do this on an evaluation account. But if you really want to push the button, you have to keep that in mind. Lower your risk. That's how simple it is. Just lower your risk, because that's the only way to survive. Okay. Liquidation candle soon. Well, Mr. Smith, depends on which direction are we talking about. Liquidation candle. Liquidation candle to the downside, like sweeping everybody, huge drop, can happen. I wouldn't be surprised. I think NQ still follows ES. This is my personal opinion. You don't have to agree with me, but this is how I look at the market. I think NQ follows ES right now. If ES decides to drop and, you know, take all that trend line liquidity or even lower, there are some gaps on the higher time frames as well. NQ is definitely going to drop, and not just Asia low. Like, how far is that? It's not too far. As I said, in April, we saw NQ making 150 points in one single minute in the London session. So look at that. Asia low is 150 points away. Trust me, if it decides to, you know, it's time to take those orders, it's just gonna melt down like in a matter of minutes. In a matter of minutes, sorry. So okay. If you guys have questions about this, I'll be happy to answer. I brought some excellent topics, which basically relate to what just hold on, I have to put down the rollerblades here, to what I just explained here about choosing the better setups and know when to enter to an A+ setup or to a lower probability setup. Yeah, you have a question about the reset code. I cannot help you about that right now. I cannot help. All I can tell you is that stick around. That's all I can tell you guys. Stick around throughout the stream and keep your eyes open. Who knows? Maybe we will have something. Okay. That's all I can tell. How many MyFundedFuture accounts do you have? Currently, I have 2 funded accounts with MyFundedFutures. And I have an evaluation account, so I'm working for my 3rd funded account. You can have 3 simulated funded account, of course. So I would like to have my 3rd one. And actually, because, you know, I promised you guys that I'm going to do this together with you guys here on stream, that I want to get some payouts. Maybe not this week. Maybe we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it next week. Now, currently, let me just check this. This account. Let me just check this account. I have to check something. No. Okay, it's being updated. Awesome. What day is today? Okay, it's been updated. All right. So let me just share you this here. And I'm super satisfied with this account here. And I'm happy to share some details. Now, this is the new funded account I'm trading right now. I started this on the 11th of this month. Okay, and today I made $200 on it, so it's synchronized. I could take out $1,200 from this account, but actually, I don't want to do that right now. Win ratio is 75%. Average win is $184. Average loss is $183. Best trade, worst trade. So yeah, it's kind of interesting, I know. Sometimes I went crazy. 4 trades, 1 trade, 3 trade. Anyway, let me just I just want to make sure that I don't want to show some personal stuff here. Let me go over to the other funded account here. Okay. This is the other one. So this account is up. Now, this is the one that we took the payout. We took the payout almost 2 weeks almost 2 weeks ago, right? $1,200 payout live on stream. Oops, live on stream. And today I also managed to make $200 on this one. And so this account I started last month, 29 and the 30. I had an extremely good day with $700 here at the last day, almost, yeah, on May. And so far, as you can see, $200, $300, $100, today $200. I'm okay with making these $200. Now, already made a payout. I'm looking to get to go to a live account with this, and the balance is so far at $2,693. I could take a payout. I want to build up a little bit more buffer on this one, okay? I just want to say that even if you're taking it slow, you can still make it there, and you can still get some payouts if all goes well. And that's why I said we still have time. The first payout I took was on the 11th. So if next week I should be able to take 2 payouts, like that's $3,600 under 30 days from 2 funded accounts with MyFundedFutures. So why not go for the 3rd funded account? Anyway, we're trading micros, low risk, low risk, nothing special. And that's why I love trading on these accounts. Anyway, what would you suggest as a payout strategy for a 50K account when the typical winning days 200-300? Well, I would suggest to build up buffer. Now, I'm going to tell you exactly, because I'm doing the same thing. Like, I'm aiming for these $200-300 days at the beginning, okay? These are starter accounts. I want to raise the limit, of course. I want to get to a live stage as well. But what I would do, and that's what I'm doing, always try to leave. Actually, I didn't do that last time, but try to push it for at least $2,500, maybe $3K. That would be a respectable level, because if you're trading small, that should be enough to push it to the next payout. So obviously you need to build up some buffer. And once you can reach the payout, take the money, because it has a lot of positive effect on your trading, on your mindset. So take the money, because if you follow the rules, if you follow your risk management plan, it's not just about the money, but to build up more confidence in your abilities and in your skills. And I'm not saying it's gonna make you invincible or anything, but it's definitely going to help you to build more confidence. And I said this, I think, a few weeks ago. When you got that payout, and especially if you're looking for the first payout, then buy something on that money. Really, buy something. So that's very important. Like it doesn't have to be like a big thing. Like just go out and have a good dinner or buy some clothes that you like to buy or whatever. It's just going to help you to become better. It sounds crazy, I know, but these small little habits, the small little things that's going to help you to reprogram your brain to be stronger with discipline. Tom, how much cheese did you eat this week? I ate quite a lot of cheese. The best cheese we call here in Hungary is called Tropista. No, actually, I like that. That's a classic Hungarian brand name. We're going to get back to the cheese stuff. I promise that. So what should you buy? It's up to you. Gamble the account. No full porting. So, yeah. How many micros? Usually I trade anywhere between 2 or 5. I used to go up to 10 micros when I tried to go into a scalp trade. It happens. As much as I don't like scalping, but when I see a level screaming, when you can actually, that comes after chart time. After some chart time, you're going to keep hearing screams and whispers like NQ is screaming here. The zone is screaming push the button. This zone is going to get taken. Whatever. This level was just screaming that it's going to get taken out after this rejection. So this kind of scalping, and if you're asking me what is the exact entry rule, there is no, I can't tell you an exact entry rule because it comes after chart time and enough conviction about your targets. So my strategy, if I can say that, my strategy is all built around these levels, these zones, order blocks, by the way, for ICT traders. It's all around these levels. When I spot these levels, all I do is I watch price action. And if I see a movement towards these levels, maybe I can jump into a scalp. And the decision is made basically based on intuition. And that's what happened here at the market open. And that's what happened here on the reversal, because I spotted out this level. And basically this was the open here. And I was still pretty much under the impression that we should be pushing higher, and ES was pushing higher too. So I just jumped into a long position, but that's a different thing. Not always 3 micros. No. I used to go up to 10. I even go up to, I know I went up to like, when I was scalping to 15 or something. I don't know. But I want to tone it down as much as possible. Yeah. Velveeta cheese here. Okay. It's for fancy people. I'm not a fancy people. I'm not a fancy person. Sorry. So, yeah. But anyway. I took a holiday with my payout. Now you're broke. Don't worry about it, David. You'll make it back. And you know what? I think you did well. You did very well that you went on for a holiday from your payout. Don't worry. It's fine. It's cool. I hope you enjoyed your holiday. Okay. And really, no joke, no troll. If you spend it for a holiday and then you have to start over, cool. As you know, that feeling is what most important. All right. Let me know if you guys have questions about this, and I'll be happy to answer. Risk related. Dilzik, hey, I bring second account to safety net. Congratulations, Dilzik. Congratulations. Awesome job. All right. Okay, so the topics that I have here, by the way, a quick look on this trade. Still in the green. Hopefully we will get up there. I want to exit before 650, just because I usually have a thing for these like round numbers. I mean, it's not exactly a round number, but it's a round number like price action wise. There used to be, if it starts to go higher, there could be a profit taking before reaching that 50 level. And although we have the zone high at 664, but I don't think if price action is going to be slow like this, I'd be happy if we can reach even up to the 640 level. So we'll see, I guess. Okay, so about the topics. Oh, let me drink some water. Feels good. This is, by the way, soda with some strawberry. Strawberry flavor. I like it. Rinse and repeat. Exactly. I don't think we have any news for the rest of the day, so we should not be expecting anything special. I mean, in terms of sudden news events, hopefully President Trump is not going to tweet something. It could be happening, Yamil. It could be happening, and it could be a dump before reaching 650. I wouldn't be surprised. That's for sure. I just thought that this movement here at 11:30, this could have been a liquidity sweep, and that's why that was basically one of my extra conviction that we could be jumping into a long position. Maybe we're not going to break the high at 664. Maybe that's not going to happen, and that's why aiming for that 650 is a long shot, but we'll see. So as always, I got some questions in my stream and yesterday too, and and let me just check it. Yeah. Okay, so I have this. Oh, what is happening? It's pushing. Okay. Yeah, so why most traders are break even and they stay at break even, and I think I have some answers to that, because I got this question today, and I got this in a message yesterday, like, why am I stuck at break even? And I think that could be very important to talk about. So okay, we like the push. We'll see how far it goes. So so the problem is the fear factor, I think. Like many traders, including myself at the beginning, my trading, I mean, my equity curve was like, I forced myself into some trades, but that's a different scenario. Maybe I wasn't really paying attention to my edge or the proper setup. But many traders are, at break even because of fear of losing the account, fear of realizing those losses, and all that fear comes from oversizing big position, right? So for example, if you're new in trading, you're starting out with like a mini. If you're brand new in trading with prop firms, I would say definitely do not go with one mini. I know ICT is preaching that go with one mini and that should be fine. No, I don't think so. If you're new, go down to the micros. And by the way, I just want to say it again. Keep your eyes opened up. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe there will be a code or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. And so just size down when you start out. The problem with being a break-even trader is that you're already oversizing before even putting on. I mean, before when you sit down and before putting on the trade, you're already focusing on the money too much. So the fear of losing is not going to let you to hold on to a trade. For example, even if this would be on a funded account with 4 micros, if this would be my first trade of the day, I would be happy to hold this position because what can I lose? $200. My risk is predetermined. I'm not afraid of losing $200 on a funded account. So, so I think I saw a question there, but I'm not sure. 1 hour, you like order blocks. You have some real strong bullish order block from today, yesterday. Would they have to break for a change in trend? Yes, they need to break completely. Like Pigeon, hey there. Hey, good to see you. So they need to break. If you're looking for long positions, for example, you want this to go higher. Now, the high of this order block is at 664. If you're looking for higher, but I mean, the problem is we're looking for all-time highs, right? So that's not really. If you or are you asking that if this level needs to be broken before it's shifting the trend? Maybe that's what you're asking. It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to break on the upside to shift down. But if you're looking for a confirmation to go to a short, then then maybe you can wait for a minor zone, like down on the 1 minute, 5 minute chart. If you find the zone that completely being traded through like down close candles, that could be a good confirmation. You recovered and in profit now. 1 green trade away from first payout. Jeez, Pigeon, congratulations. Keep your eyes open. All right, keep your eyes open, everybody. The code. Do I need to shout it out? The code. Everybody rush quickly. Come on. All right. So, as I was saying, congratulations, first of all. Everybody, let's go. Go for it. Congratulations for those of you who got it. I hope everybody got it. So, Pigeon, again, congratulations for recovering. Rennie finally got one. All right, let's go. I'm a chill dude. I am. Why would I worry? As I said, if this would be on a funded account, I'm still okay. That's why it's so important to predetermine your risk before you sit down at the computer. Okay. So I think, in my terms, in my opinion, for example, on a 50K funded account, losing $200 on trade is totally acceptable. I'm fine with it. So if I have 3 losses, I would usually be at negative $600. But actually, when I lose like 2 trades in a row on the same funded account and I'm down like $400. Well, it's very hard to do. But even if I want to force myself or try into a trade and dig myself out of the hole, I already know that it's going to be very hard or almost impossible throughout the same session. And you must understand that. So if you are waiting for your setup, for example, in the AM session in New York, and you're trading like from 9:30 all the way until lunch hour. Now, usually I would say that if you're trading on the 5-minute chart and even on the 1 minute, like the quote unquote perfect setups may appear once or twice in a session. And I'm again talking from experience. Yeah, you can go down to the 5-second or to the 15-second chart. You can do that. But honestly, you can look for 1, maybe 2 good setups in a session. So I'm sorry, but this is very important that I'm saying right now. In one trading session, and now just narrowing down from 9:30, and I'm even giving extra time until lunch hour, like not even 11, but until lunch hour, okay, until 12. I would say that most likely you have maybe 2 quote unquote perfect setups, okay? if you lose your, for example, you lose your first trade at the first part of the session, you might want to find, okay, let's look for the next one. Maybe we'll have a chance to get out from this one, especially if you have a positive risk to reward ratio. Okay, then you still have hope, right? We all, we like hope. Traders, actually, we are addicted to hope, right? So you might be saying, okay, I think there's one more chance. Come on, market, just give me one more entry and I will make it back. And so you're waiting for the second trade. Don't enter right away when you lose your first one, because that's just total crazy after a loss, because then you're just basically, and we're going to talk about that too. Wait for your entry. Let's assume that you're waiting for the second entry. You lose your second entry and the session is already like getting to, like it's already 11 a.m. Okay, let's assume it's already 11. You waited through the session. You were patient. You were following your rules, and you're down on 2 trades. And you're down, for example, $400 on your 50K funded account. Okay. What can you do? Walk away. That would be the wisest choice to do. Statistically speaking, the chances are that your optimal setup is going to show up throughout the end of the kill zone. And I say kill zone because I do believe that statistically speaking, there is the time and price concept is important, and the majority of the orders are coming in a certain time period. So I'm not looking for high probability setups throughout the lunch hour. I just don't believe in high probability setups in the lunch hours. So that's a trading rule for me. And that's why I just don't enter setups throughout the lunch hour. Okay, period. And so I know that if I lost 2 trades in a row on the same funded account, statistically, I have a very small chance that my third trade is going to save my day. Let's just be real. Okay, so reality check, that might not be the savior. So having false expectations to force yourself into your third trade is also a little bit of a bad habit. So that's why I'm saying, yes, I can go with 3 trades. And maybe if I even want to force myself into a third one thing I have to acknowledge, I'm not going to be able to get out from the hole. Okay, so forget about making profits, at least in that session on that particular account. And this is risk management, by the way. You have to accept the fact that having $400 and trading the same position size, obviously sometimes you have to size up. I know there are A++ setups, and that's another topic about risk management, and there are low probability setups. But as I'm saying, probabilities are getting lower and lower as we approach the lunch hour, in my opinion. Okay, you don't have to take it from me, but in my opinion, probabilities are getting lower, especially at this hour. So I know that I am not going to put, even if I enter the third trade, I'm not going to put big size on it. Okay, so when I was risking $200 per trade, maybe I'm going to risk $100. Okay, when I was going in with I don't know, it depends on the stop, with 6 micros, maybe I'm going to go in with 2 or 3, and I know that I'm not going to make it back from that loss. But maybe if the odds are with me a little bit, odds are not with me, but maybe if Lady Luck is with me, luck be a lady tonight, Frank Sinatra. Come on, everybody. So if Lady Luck is with me, then maybe I can somewhat get out from that hole. Okay. But if you keep forcing yourself into the next position, then there's no way it's going to end. You're going to lose your account. That's 100% sure. And if you're lucky, then you're going to just have a daily loss limit on your starter account, right? And you have to remember that. And that's why you have to keep an eye on. You have to keep an eye on. I mean, you have to, on the time, and that's why you have to dig into that time and price concept thing. Okay, there's so many lectures about this on YouTube. Obviously, everybody says it a little bit differently, but just saying. And the same goes for the PM session. Now, as for risk management for the PM, there's a different risk management, in my opinion, for the PM session. There's a different risk management style on Fridays. Okay. I think we could break this down, and maybe we can talk about this tomorrow as well. So we have to break it down for the whole week, like how much, depending, of course, how much profit you made or how big of a drawdown you're in. That's how you have to determine the rest of your week. How are you doing in the middle of the week? How are you doing on a Friday? If you're on a Friday and your week is in a drawdown, Friday is not going to save you. So forget about making it all up in one day. It's not going to happen. Okay. Yes, it can happen. I know. You full port. Let's go with like 2 or 3 micros. Come on, minis. Go in with 3 minis and hit the button randomly on the market open and something will happen. Who knows? Yeah, you have a chance to do that, obviously. Okay. But if you want to practice discipline, then you will know that it's just not going to be so simple like that. So let me just say this again, because tomorrow is Friday and I think you need to prepare yourself of what's going to happen. Not that I would know of, but actually, why do I have this open here? I mean, let me just show this. This is a much nicer screen. So if you're already in a drawdown on the week, don't have high expectations, especially if you're in drawdown on your funded account. You're not, don't misunderstand. I don't want you to think that you're unable to make it back, but you got to remember that it's all about risk management, and statistically speaking, it's just not going to happen on a Friday that easy. Yes, it can happen, and if you want to make it happen, you're just going to gamble. That is going to be a gamble for you, and we don't want to. Yes, I mean, technically we are gambling, but not really, because trading is based on rules, and it's a very straight risk management that you have to apply. So if you're in drawdown by Friday, you're not going to save the world on a Friday. Accept the fact, okay, and just go in with the usual or small trade size. You have to keep your account alive, okay, especially if that's a funded account. Keep it alive. I know it's very hard. So and yeah, let's go back to the PM session, because PM session is getting closer. First of all, I don't trade the lunch hour, not too much. Maybe I do some crazy stuff on the evaluation accounts, but that's a different topic. But full porting is a religion. I know I know that full porting and trust me, sometimes I've been in that group. I know. I know. And I understand. But if we are talking long term here, and you saw the account stats that I showed, if I made $200 or $300 in the AM session, like, I know my statistics, I know how I can have an emotional edge over the market. So emotional edge is also not trading during the PM session if you have profits in the AM session. Why? Because I know, I'm perfectly aware, and that's what you should always remember as well. If you have a game plan, and we talked about this every day, and we're going to talk about this until the end of the world, plus one day. So every day repeating and talking about the same thing with different angle. If you have a game plan which repeats itself, because if your game plan is basically not a repeatable pattern that you're looking for, then you have to choose a different strategy, right? If your game plan, and the only way to know it is of course backtesting. Yes, we all know, collecting data, and also forward testing. That's why the forward testing is basically on an evaluation account, not on a demo account. I'm sorry to say that. I completely agree to disagree on this one. You guys might be debating on me on this one. Demo account is good to practice the entry, I know. But buy an evaluation account. You have to put your skin in the game. I'm sorry to say that. I wish, back in the days when I was younger, I was 23 years old in 2007. That's how old I am. That's when first I saw MetaTrader and Forex brokers. There was no prop firms that I could go on with. Obviously, I stepped away from trading for 10 years then, but still, I was not working with prop firms or anything like that. I lost tens of thousands of dollars in trading in 2018, 19, and 20 because I was a complete, I don't want to say what. So you have to put a little bit of a skin in the game. So buy an evaluation account, buy the starter or starter plus. If you're new, that's good for you. And you have to make that decision while you have that extra skin in the game. Okay. And so forward testing, I told you guys 1 micro at a time, just to see if your system is working. So if you have your game plan, and again, a repeatable pattern every day. Now, these zones that I'm looking for, I always have a zone every single day, almost every single day, but basically all the time I see these zones. When I open the chart, my brain is already, boom, wired up. Okay, I see a zone here and here and here. And it comes from chart time, okay? And once you have that, it doesn't have to be the zone. I'm sorry. It can be a trend line, whatever. But it can be a pivot point. The weave up. Weave up. Guy, I got trolled all the time by saying weave up. And I'm going to make a ringtone of it. But actually, you have to you have to look for something. Once you have the repeatable system with the entry model, and you know that the game plan is working, then you can talk about risk management. And then we can circle back to the risk management that I told you guys about. If you made your profit throughout the morning, let it be just $200 or $300. It could be $1,000. I wish I could be making $1,000. It's going to happen real soon. Don't worry. We're going to get to the live account together. All right. And so I'd say, once you have the game plan, and everything is, you're confident in your entry model, then, once you're in profit in the AM session, you can take it from me or don't do anything in the PM session. For the PM session, because usually when I go into a trade, and let me show you this again. So this trade, maybe it's going to go all the way sideways until the end of the day. Who knows? But usually those trades that I'm looking for, I'm sitting in these trades for like, I don't know, like an hour, 2 hour or something like that. So when I would start to trade in the PM session, which I don't, and even if I trade, I usually scalp, I know that I don't have time for my pattern to play out, because with MyFundedFutures, you need to close the trades anyway, like at 4:10, right? Yeah, 10 minutes after 4 p.m. you have to close everything. I don't know if it's a hard breach or not, by the way. I still don't know. Maybe support can help me out here, or the mods. But anyway, you have to close down your positions anyways. So if I don't see at least 2 hours for my trade plan to play out, that's actually a red flag. Like, okay, I don't think I'm going to jump into this one, especially Power Hour. My personal opinion, Power Hour, awesome. It's a bit of a gamble, I think. I think there is no clear pattern that you can use for Power Hour. Yeah, we know that the algorithm is sweeping liquidity everywhere, up and down, and spikes going up and down. I think, especially the last 10 minutes of the Power Hour, is just pure gamble. It's just, there could be a very strong level. I've seen so many times that price was so close to a very strong level. It could be a swing high, swing low, fair value gap, zone, whatever you're looking for, just a trend line break, and it didn't do it. And honestly, and that is I humbly say this. This is just my private personal opinion. I hate trading the last 10 minutes. I burn myself so many times in the last 10 minutes of power hour. I just don't care at all about the last 10 minutes of power hour. So if I don't see my pattern finishing up until somewhere maximum in the middle of between like 3 to 4 p.m., I'm just not interested to jump into the trade, except if I'm scalping. But I'm not saying I hate scalping. I just wish I could tone down myself not to do too much scalping. But as I said, if you go in for the PM session, it might require a different risk model, especially if you're in profit. Also, if you're in drawdown and you still want to continue in the PM session, first of all, I would say don't. But if you still you're addicted to the charts, as we all, and you want to continue, well, don't don't. Like, if you're down on that, and I'm just gonna stay on the example, like on a 50K account. On a 50K account, if I'm down on the AM session like $600, why would I want to go back to force it on the PM session? I know my game plan. It's statistically, I don't think it's going to work. Maybe my brain is totally messed up by the PM session, and I'm frustrated by the losses. So it's not a good idea to continue in the PM session. Maybe on a different account, I would say so. And maybe if you have quite as much experience to be able to, forget what happened on that particular account and move on to a different one, or maybe blow off some steam on an evaluation account, which I do right now, but you can do that. And by the way, just a small little tidbit information here. I used to use the time in the PM session sometimes to build up some evaluation accounts by scalping. I used to do that. What time do you wake up to operate London? Well, I start the stream in my channel at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard, but I get up early. I usually get up all the time. In my time, I get up somewhere between 5 to 6 a.m. early in the morning. And I start the stream in my time, 8 a.m. in the morning, right? Because in my time, 8 a.m. is 2 a.m. Eastern Standard. So it's very convenient. As I said, I'm really blessed with this, that I can do both sessions. So I like it, and I love the charts. And again, I'm sorry if I went too much away in this topic and in this risk management. I think we need to do a breakdown in tomorrow's session about the whole week, like how should you manage your risk on certain accounts. We can break down on one account, or we can break down a plan on multiple accounts. I think that could be useful, because it's all about risk management. Yeah. If you guys have questions about this, I'd love to answer. I don't really have too much time now. I know everybody's waiting for Matt, so stick around, because Matt is always having some awesome information. Check my Twitter now. I'm going to check my Twitter now. I have one notification here on my Twitter. Jesus. Okay, that is awesome. Oh my gosh, I have to show this. Okay, I love this. Everybody, I just love this. Okay, that's cool. You made my day. Oh my God, I love this. Almost, yeah. Cool. I like it. This is super awesome. I think I'm gonna use this. I like this James Bond outlook. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. A BMW. Oh my, I love it. Thank you so much. I love this. I'm gonna show this to everybody at home. So oh my God, time flies again. So thank you so much. Thank you. So I really enjoyed this this picture. It made my day. It really did. i8 is a cool BMW. I mean, I love i8. I would love to drive an i8. Guys, I'm a BMW fan. I always was. I'm pretty much an enthusiast. I love the car. Thank you so much. I love it, really. Tom Bond, yeah. So everybody, I know you guys waiting for Matt. And thank you again. This was an awesome session. I think we should continue with this topic tomorrow to break down the week, like have some kind of a weekly risk management plan, not weekly, a weekly risk management plan. Like, how should you start the week? What should you be focusing at in the middle of the week, profit wise, loss wise? I think we could put on some scenarios how you should manage your account. The goal is to keep the account, okay, especially if you're new in trading, right? Because that's all that matters. And so I really enjoyed today's session. I think a little bit deviated from the main topics that I brought here, but I think risk management is the key of the game, and there's so many things you can do in trading, strategy wise, But we're going to talk about that too. And thank you everybody, and thank you for the questions. And special thanks for this picture. This is just awesome. I love it. I'm loving it. So and of course we're gonna break down, as I said, this one tomorrow. So we'll see. And Matt is here.
Tom, I love the photo, man. Where did you get that from? Did they make that for you?
Yes, somebody made this for me. Actually, I was so much into the topic, somebody made it for me. Just now during the stream. This is awesome. I love it.
It looks exactly like you. Like, if you
I know. It's perfect. Guys, wow. You should do one from Matt too. They did that already for you or not?
No, they didn't. I love that though. That's awesome.
Guys, you need to make one for Matt. All right, everybody. The pro is here. So have your questions to Matt. So thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow. And Matt, thanks for joining us.
All right. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it, Tom.
Cheers, everyone.
Guess what? I usually do this whenever I have a good day, but I show you guys. Can you see this? I'm manifesting this amount of money because I'm up almost 15K today. This has been an incredible day. I've been riding this bull market all the way up since April 10th, since we've been getting that reversal off of the Trump pausing of European tariffs, basically. But I am crushing it today to the long side. Let me tell you some trades that I did make. I went to bed last night. Matt on a scooter would be dope. Yeah, like Matt on a rocket scooter would be pretty freaking awesome. All right, bullish bias today out the door. Okay, you guys know some of my techniques and tricks here, right? My hedge pressures. Like, these are some of my favorite setups. So we closed, this is futures yesterday, and we opened right here. All I did last night was long at my strong pivots. There's like 80 and 90%, probabilities that we don't close below these levels in a strong bull market. It takes an event or news, and as long as there's no news, we'll be fine. I actually bought right in here. The market was just kind of like sitting very, very, very close to this long pivot, and about maybe 2 hours in or so of market open, I went and longed 2 NASDAQ contracts and 3 accounts, put a stop right here, and just went to bed. Woke up this morning to $10,000. Kind of nice. Bull market, long, strong overnight pivots. And then today I made some trades on the stream to make it even further, another about almost 5K here. I initially tried to long out the door. We had a strong gap and go situation on the S&P. I longed, but NASDAQ started to pull back, and we had our index divergence essentially flagged up. Index divergence comes from when the S&P is moving higher across its gap, when NASDAQ is moving down, or vice versa. It means sectors are rotating. We were seeing a little bit of selling in tech and like longing and other things. So basically I waited for that rotation to be over. And then right here at the halfway point, once we started to see a little bit of a bid being bought in NASDAQ, and also some of the stocks that I was looking at were hitting key pivots, like Microsoft was hitting a key pivot this morning. Not Meta, where was it? I think it was Microsoft hit a low. Apple hit a key pivot this morning. NVIDIA hit a key pivot this morning. Once all the stocks, that rotation started happening, the stocks were all hitting their hedge pressures, which we know, if you see on my screen, is all long pressure off the blue. So right when the stocks were being done rotating, I jumped in on the long and rode it right back up for a second trade. I love trading that kind of arbitrage between the stocks and the index. The index was selling a little harder than it needed to as people were rotating into other things. It wasn't just liquidation to be bearish. So because I could see that out the door and my indicators told me that, I just basically grabbed the dip, longed it right back up to there, and I was kind of goofing around on my stream. Closed out, waited for this. When this dip tapped the open price, I longed one more time and closed out, and I've been flat for the day ever since. And to celebrate, as you see, I've got balloons in the background. Today was the first day ever in the history of me streaming in 10 years that my stream, my personal live stream, had 1,000 concurrent viewers at one time. We broke the 1,000 mark after 10 years. Been doing this forever, and we've been blowing up so big. It's so incredible. We've been celebrating. So if you guys know iDoc, her and Pickle went to the store and brought me balloons that say 1K to celebrate. So that was amazing. What a great way to celebrate with a good winning day, hanging out with friends, hanging out with you guys. Yeah, it's been an all-around good day. Do these levels come up if you buy futures data from for us? Oh, you mean on our platform? Yeah, this is all automated stuff. Yep. So congratulations on K1. Thank you. On K1. You're welcome, Ryan. LOL. It's actually K. The one is flat because she popped the one balloon on accident. As you can see, it's kind of struggling. The one is right here. And it's sort of like crumpled and fallen over. But congratulations on K Star. So we did it. But yeah, she showed up and I know. She showed up and was surprising me earlier with the balloons. It was kind of funny. So now, of the remaining balloons, there's a K and there's a star. It is the thought, but that was really sweet. Yep. The boot camp yesterday was awesome. Awesome. I'm glad you guys liked it. So today I'm kind of waiting just to see if there's anything else that can happen. I've already bounced off of our strong pivots, and there's really not much to talk about. We can look at the overall. I'll teach you guys something neat about what my forecasting tools can do. And you guys come to the stream every day, or even come to mine if you want to pick up on this information. I love to share it. You guys can get a grip on what the market's doing. And a lot of people have been not really trusting this bull market. I've been a bull ever since April the 10th, and I have not been a bear once. And we've been strong and bearish. I'm going to teach you guys a really cool trick. I have a tool that we use called Monthly Maps. And what it does, it uses options and SPY to forecast 3 months into the future. I would say that, let me get up a little cheat sheet here. And it's basically showing you where options are distributed and where risk is distributed over time. And options don't lie. The neatest thing about these kind of charts is that it's showing you the actual risk landscape that is. So it's not like speculating. It's not looking at chart patterns or shapes or anything. It's just showing you literally the landscape. And I'm going to put a little cheat sheet out to the side and show you how to read this. A little tiny little lesson. I love to do these and show you guys what it is I'm looking at. So let me zoom out, and we're going to look at SPY. So SPY is the ETF for the S&P, and you trade S&P futures, you got to be watching SPY. You got to know SPY has a lot of extra information about the index. And so what this actually does is showing you how the risk is distributed in options, which is going to mirror futures. Are we in a bull or bear market? And this actually tells me that we're in a bull market through September, unless anything changes. Wall Street's appetite for this is very strong and bullish. It's a checklist of 4 things, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And checklist number 1 just basically says is price in a dark gray or light gray region. If it's in dark gray, it's a bull market, and bulls are buying dips, right? We are in a bull market, at least at this level, is still bullish all the way through September, which is, you see at the bottom of my chart, September. So that's pretty cool. We're in a bull market until September. Now, how's the strength of that bull market as time goes by? If you see, number 2 says at the bottom of this bull zone, which is this dark gray, is sloping down or sloping up. Which is it? Okay, well, it's sloping down. It's got a couple of waves up, but in general, it's kind of like, at least till August, sloping down. And what sloping down means is there's more calls on the money because there's more bulls long in the market. That's it. So more bulls longing the market means the market is bullish from these supports over this period of time, which also means between now and August, whatever this low ends up being, right, 580 give or take, means that the market can sell off all the way down until maybe like 590 and 580 and still be bullish enough 2 or 3 months out. Like that's an acceptable wave down to support the market going even higher. So because of that, we have a bull market. Bulls are getting stronger. And the last part of the checklist is that this light gray. If the light gray is sloping down, it means bears are exiting positions or shorts are getting squeezed. So you have waves of like shorts getting squeezed and then long selling and then shorts getting squeezed again. A couple waves. So basically means the market is going to move opposite that, up, down, and up. So you can see that just the natural instinct alone, this is with no news, with no anything, is showing that the options pressure is propagating the market higher too, which is absolutely awesome. The last thing on this thing is saying that when these two zones are very close together, the volatility should be decreasing, and there is no space between the zones. They're right on top of each other. There's a little bit of volatility at late July, as you and me and everyone knows. What happens in late July that could cause possible volatility? Well, that's the next FOMC meeting, right? Until then, there's no volatility. So this is telling me there's a strong bull market that's getting even stronger, where shorts are squeezing and it's not volatile. And we can read that just with options. All this data comes from options, which is kind of cool. And in here, we can see that this is VIX futures. I'll make this chart very big. And as you can see, as the map shows you, there is no volatility. The VIX that opened this month elevated has been just an absolute decay ever since. This can forecast changes in the VIX. There is no volatility. The market's absolutely comfortable here. And this is one of 3 tools that I use that I call greater market to understand, is the market just generally bullish or bearish? I've pushed the short button maybe 2 or 3 times in the last 2 months. It's incredible how like strong this bull market has been. So let me see. I think I just disconnected my, there we go. Let me load up liquidity map here. All right, there's QQQ and then there's SPY. Let me load up. So SPY in the same boat, right? Nice and bullish, nice and bullish. Now today, when I'm looking at this, these are my pivots, and I use this to find where I'm going to long and short this market. I have 3 indicators I use called the greater market that help me find sentiment. I'm going to teach you guys something really cool. Greater market. Number 1 and number 2 and number 3 on here. Number 3 is that monthly map. It's a 3-month forecast that tells me if the market's bullish over time. So monthly map is like my long-term sentiment. I'm just telling you, in general, that's bullish over a 3-month period. So nice, strong, and bullish with maybe a selling wave before next Fed. The other thing I look at is what the stocks are doing. If this ratio is greater than half, it's very simple. The stocks themselves are bullish. The stocks are in bull zones and they're just hedging higher. So stocks are bullish. This is like the now term, the very near term, what the market is today. And then over the month period, we look at the gamma exposure on SPY, the last tool, and all 3 of these things, which is this orange line. So very simple. You guys will see me every single day. I'm aligning my bull and bear bias with just these 3 indicators. It's very simple. This number greater than half, check. SPY above this orange line, check. This monthly maps sloping down like they were, check. All 3 of these things are bullish. I'm super bullish, even bullish enough to long at the open and chase that long up. Not that I'm going to fade this market like it's going to sell off. As a matter of fact, these indicators are so strong, it only takes one of them to be bullish for me to still be a bull. If there's any whiff of a bull market, I'm still bullish this market. It takes all 3 of them to be bearish for me to be bearish the market. And that's a very good trick that I've been teaching people for the longest time, is that you don't try to fade bull markets. I had somebody on my stream came in today and was saying, man, I need to learn a little bit of self-control because I shorted today and I blew up. And the market didn't even move that much and they still blew up. And the reason was sometimes when you're trying to fade a market, it just inches higher against you. And I've been there before. It's the worst feeling in the world to be on the wrong side of the market, especially the wrong side of a bear market. If you're trying to short and it's bullish, it's like death by 1,000 cuts. It hurts, man. Market just moves slightly higher and you're just losing money a little bit at a time. Kind of hurts more than if you're trying to long the market and it crashes and you blow up very quick. That just feels like a slap in the face. This is like torture. So I know that feeling and I've been there. But what I try to do is avoid choosing the wrong side of the market as much as I can. And I've been pretty much on the right side of the market most of the time. Is like 95% of my trades have really been bullish. I think since I've been on my funded TV, you guys have seen me short, I think, one time, and that's it. Oh, you want to see the resilience? Let me make it a little bit bigger here. You guys can see that a little bit better. So resiliences are nice and tight and positive. Now let's talk about today's liquidity map, right? The market opened up nice and bullish. This is my guide that shows the flow and the pressure and the volume. This is the open price. I'm circling the right side of the screen. This is the open price, and the open itself is support to next resistance. As long as we have confluence with this resilience indicator, as long as this white line is above 0, then we're good. And that white line has been, it's 35 right now. So the stocks have all gapped up and maintained their gaps. So the index is likely to gap up and maintain its gap. So I longed at the open, and that was a pretty solid trade I made today, grabbing the open dip. So yeah, that's it. That is my setup today. It's been pretty good. This market's been pushing higher. I translate all this to futures, and I've been trading this pretty well and just kind of waiting on this. And then I don't really, I don't like to stay in a trade all day to hold for bigger runs. What I like to do is wait for a dip and trade it back up. So one of the tricks that I did today was, I do this a lot. When markets are just kind of fading out, I like to long it right back to the place it started when it's bullish. I had the confluence that the index was pulling down and the S&P stocks weren't necessarily selling off. Once NASDAQ righted itself to positive right here, or actually like right here in the middle, I jumped in on the long once NASDAQ picked up a bid. And I just basically longed to there, closed out. And then today I waited. When we got that dip, I longed again and then closed out. One of my favorite things to do in a bull market is to actually sit out. It inches itself higher. And last thing I do want to be is in a strong bull trade with a heavy position, and then Trump or Powell or somebody comes out and says something, the market just like dips really quick. I don't want to ever be in that boat. But yeah, that's basically where I am today, and having a good day because almost made 15K. They've given out 50 reset codes times 2 and 100 wheel spins today. Wow, very nice. Do I trade a personal account that isn't tied to a prop company? Yes. I have an options personal account and a futures personal account. I trade both of them. So that is not also, it's not something I do show on my stream though. So my personal trading, my personal stuff is something I do kind of keep private, because a lot of times, you know, some people say you have a nice strong edge in the market, you know, why would you share it? And that's true. Like, I don't share everything I do. My options trades, my options setups, I have a really good edge in trading options. I do really well when I do. And I actually kind of don't teach people a lot of what I do because I like to keep that to myself. So a couple of things I like to keep to myself. And I also don't go out there and share it. I don't like show the gains and not tell people how I do it. I kind of just, that's my own private trading I do on the side. Since my theme of my stream and this stream is prop firm focused, I've committed to just showcasing prop firm stuff on my stream. And but yes, I do. I still very much so trade my personal accounts just as heavy as I do my other prop accounts for sure. Gatekeeping. Well, I mean, this is very true. You know, you always see a lot of people out there and gurus and stuff with something to sell. If you have a super secret thing, why would you sell it? Well, absolutely, right? Like, my best tricks I do keep to myself. I do have some pretty cool things that I actually don't share with anybody. With the same trades as the props, usually the same side. Yeah, like I don't really like do anything different. If I'm long-minded, I'm longing on my personal accounts. My personal account is at the same kind of ferociousness as the prop accounts. You know, I'm going for 5 figures plus a day, usually up and down. I give out a lot of great free information. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Swing trading options where it's at. Yeah, swing trading options. I don't day trade options. I swing trade them. 100%. Day trading options is riskier. Plus, there's more taxes on options. So, like, you know, you do take a big hit on your profits when you do make money. If you're going to day trade anything, day trade futures, the taxes are better. Day trading options is great, but for the same leverage and the same gain, you know, Uncle Sam takes like, you know, 15, 20% more of your gains if you're trading options. So I only day trade, I only use swing trade options for bigger hits, like 6-figure bets, things like that. Like when the market dipped in April the 9th, on April the 10th, I just spent $50K in options along the QQQ. My really famous $1.6 million trade that I left on the table. I made $50K profit, and I did share it. When I do make like a big swing trade for publicity, I do like to share it every once in a while. Like when the market is crashing out and I go, this is the bottom, and I prove it by longing. I did 50K in QQQ call options that I just closed out with 50K profit. Once I 2x the money. And then the following week and a half later, Trump announced a trade deal with China in Geneva, and then the options went up 32x from there. And I left $1.5 million on the table. But then again, it was a coin flip. Nobody could have predicted that. So I would just had to have, I was actually going to be losing money if I held any further because they were so far out of the money. Chances of them expiring in the money was just very low. And I was losing theta faster than I was gaining delta. So I was like, I might as well just lock it in. But you would be mad to this day. That's probably one of the bigger, if not the biggest single trade I did leave on the table. But don't think of it like leaving money on the table. Everyone kind of tells me, because everybody was invested in like following my story on that trade because I was announcing it, showing it every day. And it was like, people were like, well, don't see it as money lost. It's 50K you didn't have. And I was like, yeah. But, and of course, to have won that trade, I had to have made a stupid bet anyway. So just to hold through the overcoming theta when I didn't have evidence that the trade war was going to resolve so quickly. And because of that week, there was like this talk where Trump was like, yeah, we haven't sat down with China. And China's like, yeah, we haven't even sat down with Trump. I was like, well, I got 2 weeks left. I don't think it's going to happen. I still got 20 more points to go in QQQ. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to get it. And then the market just inched along. Then over the weekend, it was like, popped up. So I would have had to like have just been stupid and been like, let me just risk it all and lose it all on a coin flip anyways. Maybe something will come out of nowhere. And it actually came out of nowhere. So nobody could have been able to actually predict that. And I did the right thing. You would still be mad? Yeah, I know. That's a significant amount of money. My accounts are 50K or what size? How much buffer I need to make in these profits? How many minis per position? Great question. Some of these are 150K. Some of them are 100K. Some of them are 50K. It's just different firms. I use different sizes for different reasons. I have a spreadsheet in my boot camp that I give people that show my position sizing tricks. As a general rule of thumb, in most of your quote unquote 100K accounts across the board with any prop firm, roughly speaking, about 2 NASDAQ and 4 S&P is my max trade I would ever do. Usually less than that. On average, my medium size or average position I usually do is 1 and 2. My smaller position is 5 micros in NASDAQ and then 1 E-mini in the S&P. So when you see like the M, N, and S on my guides over here, normal, medium, small, this is my normal, this is my medium, and this is my small, and roughly the 100K accounts, give or take 100 to 150K accounts. But I base this on the drawdown that I have in each account, and they're different amounts. So as a rule of thumb, I'm trading, 1, maybe 2 NASDAQ at most, usually 1. Don't need a lot. Can I explain about the B adjust chart settings when trading? I don't know what that is, NK. I don't know everything about trading views. Unfortunately, I don't know that one. Am I aiming for 20K today? Now that's the thing, is that I could be over trading. I don't really have a strong pivot to trade off of. That's the crummy part. I don't have anything to trade off of. We're so far stuck in a bull territory. What I like to do is just wait to see if anything cool happens. I could inch forward a little bit higher and try to squeeze a few more drops out of this lemon. But I do like to do is just kind of hold tight instead of picking up pennies. My friend used to say, don't pick up pennies in front of a steamroller. A steamroller is our president could tweet something at any moment and the market can just like nosedive very quickly. And what I'd like to do is wait in this environment instead of picking up the last few pennies of the trade to my resistance is wait What if midday we got some kind of bombshell news and the market just dipped out, and then I had the ability to buy the dip right here to like bring it back up? So I usually wait for the opportunity to appear to take the trade rather than chase something. The difference between the close of the new and old contracts or nearest daily bar, the switching point and the continuous. Usually there are daily bars predicting the switching up to the next. Wait, hold on. Why am I missing Tyler? The adjustment. Oh, okay. Back adjustment. Oh, you're answering his question. Neat. Is the ability to adjust the data of the previous contract in a continuous in order to remove the roll gap due to the price differences for the different contracts. Okay. So it's when the continuous contract is switched to the new contract, all previous contracts are adjusted accordingly to the coefficient, which is calculated as the difference between the close of the new and the old contracts for the nearest daily bar, switching point, and continuous. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So what that's actually doing is making sure that, and the way that I'm reading this is that it seems like it's an indicator so that if you're using, for instance, moving averages, right? That your moving averages don't get effed up because the contract rolls into a higher contract value, like in Contango. Your moving averages would go all out of whack, believing that that was a gap in the continuous contract. What I'm getting from this, Tyler, if I'm correct, is that it's adjusting to remove the gap such that your indicators don't have a big giant spark in price, right? Does that make sense? Is that what that's doing? That's what I'm reading what you're saying. Like imagine, you have two moving averages. Is that what it's doing? So that the chart looks continuous all the way through. There you go. And I think that's the reason for that. Yeah. Because it'd be crazy if you had like your moving averages like crossing over here and you're looking at a MACD or something and the MACD was like right here. Then all of a sudden you just like the contract was sort of like trading lower. And then you had another contract to Contango that was trading lower as well, but you rolled right here. So this contract picked up and this contract expired. Your price would, the indicator wouldn't know that it's a different contract. The indicator would just use these values. And all of a sudden you get this big spike in your MACD and your moving averages have this big spike. And so what it does is it makes your indicators continuous for that particular reason for people using technicals. I think that sounds pretty cool. So it's basically back adjusting the current contract by the roll amount such that it looks continuous on the chart without, it's filtering out the contango and backwardation to keep your contract looking continuous. That's kind of cool. So the only real reason you'd care to do that, because when I roll in the contracts, I don't do that, but because I don't use technical indicators that rely on past data. I use just basically no indicators that do that. But if you're using any kind of trending indicators, moving averages, MACDs, RSIs, things like that, that utilize all the data in a data set, the rollover will make your indicators have a funky behavior if you don't do that. So that sounds like a very cool feature for people using technical analysis. It keeps everything clean on your chart. I learned something today. That's cool they have that feature. Very nice. Any drawings you have to adjust by the amount of the difference in the rollover contracts. So this is to prevent you from having to adjust, which is kind of neat. Yeah. So any drawings that you do, you need to adjust them yourself because they're gonna be off by the distance of the adjustment. Like manual levels and stuff, you will need to also adjust by that corrective amount. That makes sense. Bum, 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 bum. In a percentage between 100, for example, 60 to 40%, how bullish and bearish are you? About 9 out of 10 of my trades are long. About 90% of my trades are long. And that's normally because the market is mostly bullish. When I told you those greater market indicators I look at, when all 3 of them are bullish, we did this exercise on my stream. When all 3 of them are bullish, we counted the days. Roughly 70% of daily candles are green when all those indicators are bullish. And today, all 3 of them are bullish. So 7 out of 10 days are green. So 7 out of 10 of my days under those conditions, I'm looking for longs. And even in bear markets, I'm longing on dips anyways. It's very rare I'm going to pull out the short button, even when markets are crashing. I will short under certain conditions, but it has to be certain conditions. Yeah. About 90%, yeah. As Icewild is saying, it's 100% unless all 3 indicators are bullish. As Icewild answered the question, they know me. I need all 3 of those indicators to be bearish for me to even think about bear market. So almost all of my trades you will see are mostly long. Longing the market, sitting out waiting for dips. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. So what level I'm looking at for longs now, I'm waiting to see if the market does sell off so I can find dips to buy. I don't like joining the inching up, finding a few pennies to move to final target. 6205 is my upward final target today on S&P. There's a very strong probability that we close below that green line. And then on NASDAQ, there's a very strong probability that we bounce off of 651 at least for today. If there's any kind of long setups, it's from my strong pivots here from like last night overnight. If for some reason we do get some kind of end of the day flush, I'm going to long it right back up to this equilibrium. So I'm basically now waiting. Instead of picking up this final bit of a move, I'd love to see the market flush again so I can grab it. Just like today, I grabbed that flush and I grabbed that flush. So I'm still waiting for the same thing. Most of my strategy is waiting and grabbing the dip. Ice Wild is so good at knowing how I trade. He should start his own stream with Rocket Scooter. That's funny. These guys know me so well. What futures platform broker do I trade with, and why did I choose it? I trade with Rocket Scooter, my own platform. And if I'm not using my platform, I use Tradeovate off to the side. And what broker do I use? I use AMP as a broker for futures. AMP is really good. They have the lowest minimum deposit of most of your FCMs out there. So that's why a lot of people use them. Pretty decent for futures and good commissions. Your pet mango gave you the middle finger? Wait, you have a pet mango? What kind of pet is mango? Or is your pet actually a fruit? Chad, what's up, dude? I don't understand. You've said that same time, Ice Effects. What do you mean by that? The fruit? How does a fruit give you the middle finger? Somebody says don't entertain him. Okay. All right. What is AMP's minimum? It's only $100. So the minimum deposit at AMP is $100, which is really nice. When do I say I've made enough profit for the day? So whenever it comes to trader funding programs, a lot of the times they decide you've made enough profit for the day. Consistency rules usually lock you into a maximum profit. You can't make a lot more than an X amount of dollars. You got to trade longer. My consistency rules with these accounts were actually $2,000. I kind of busted them a little higher than I wanted to, which just means I'd have to trade longer, which is totally fine. Just means my payout comes later. But in the prop firm world, you're done when you're at your consistency. You should probably not overtrade anymore. In my real account, I don't really consider the amount that I've made or the amount that I lost when I'm done. I trade off statistics. If I have something that works 8 out of 10 or 7 out of 10 or whatever times, I trade it every single time no matter how much I've made. And the market tells me how much I'm going to make. I don't set a hard limit for myself. Like, okay, I've made 10,000 time to stop, or I've lost 5,000 time to stop. I'll take the same trade over and over and over and over again, even if it loses 10 times, if I'm just on an unlucky losing streak, just because statistics, the whole point of trading with statistical advantage is that you have to survive long enough and play every hand to let the statistics take over. Right? If in blackjack you get 2 cards that are face, you're looking at them and the odds are 75% chance you're going to win, you might still lose 5 times in a row before you realize 75% chance of a win. The odds are just total odds. Odds mean over like infinite amount of time, then that probability takes over. So what I have to do is keep playing. To get the statistical advantage, I have to keep playing. I don't just choose, okay, I've made a lot of money, I'm sitting out, because I'm really robbing myself. Because if I go on a bunch of losing streaks, then what happens is I need to go on big winning streaks as well to offset the losing streaks if the odds are in my favor. So I can't just say I've made enough for today, I'm going to sit out. Because when I'm losing, I never say I'm lost enough today, I'm going to sit out. I say I take every setup that I have that has a statistical advantage, no matter how much I've won or lost. And that's different because I have an actual edge in certain areas that actually have really good probabilities on them. And because of that, I have to trade every time it happens so that the statistics take over. But if I lose more, what I end up doing is trading smaller every time I lose. So I don't like, if my account starts to dwindle smaller and smaller, then I size down my position until it gets bigger. So I kind of do that handle. And if I start making more money, then I can actually bet bigger each time I make the play. And I kind of control it that way. And so I don't actually just give myself hard limits in trading because I try to play the statistics of it. I have to play every hand such that the edge is realized in my favor. And that's kind of why you see me trading a lot. It's not over trading. It's trading exactly the right amount. Right now, I don't have any edge trading from here. If you're to like put a gun in my head and tell me, Matt, you need to make a trade, I would choose a long to take this. But I know the odds are really, really, high that it goes up, but the R&R is still really bad. I mean, it could fall all the way to strong support here, even down here. The reward is small and the risk is high, so I would trade it small. So as the market continues to go higher, my position size is getting smaller, even as such. I don't have a higher probable edge. If I did have the same edge trading, I could bet bigger. Like if it fell to here again, I can bet bigger because I've made more in my accounts that weren't locked into profit. But also, if the risk was small, I can trade smaller. So I use a lot of handles to decide if I'm going to trade bigger or smaller. But I'm always trading if I find an opportunity, which means I'm mostly waiting and I'm always striking at my pivots. Yeah. I think that today, to celebrate 15K profit, my first 1,000 viewers will give us an epic and special blessing. I would hope so. I would hope so. Well, maybe they will. The 1,000K viewers today was such a crazy amount. We've been growing so fast though this year. We took a couple years. There was like a couple years I wasn't actually streaming because I took time off to build this platform. And I do a daily Zoom call with the team, but I stopped on YouTube. And when we came back, the prop firm explosion had happened. And it was like when I got back on YouTube, there was thousands of streamers. There used to just be like a handful of us. And I was big-ish back in the day, but I wasn't pressing really hard like I am now. And I come back and everyone's streaming on YouTube. There's so many people, and there's so many people with like thousands of viewers every day. And I was like, oh man, I've got an uphill battle now. So we started streaming and pressing last year, and we just grew so quick. I mean, it's very awesome how much support you guys have given us. So I'm really thankful for all you guys in this community. And of course, MyFunded TV as well for giving us a spot here. And it's been so cool to see this you guys enjoying our content. It really makes me really happy. If it falls, how do you know which pivot to enter? You have many stacked. Well, right. So each one of them has guidelines that I can trade off of. Today, there's a guideline for each one of them. Here is a long, and here is a long if this white line is greater than 0. So just like today, if we dip there, I'll buy the dip. If we dip from here, I can buy the dip. I can also double down 50 points lower to buy the dip a second time. Since I'm already really far ahead, I can probably take like 5 micros on this one and then add like 1 mini to this just to make the trade. If this resilience number is less than 0, I don't take these pivots. And instead, I wait for the gap fill. And then I take this pivot here because I've got 2 really strong pivots nearby, my A plus setup would be longing from there. So basically the two opportunities I have are to take a long in this region or to wait for a long in that region. The risk to reward on this trade is really good, and the risk to reward on this trade is unbelievably good. It'd be very rare in a bull market for us to lose this and keep selling. Yeah. It's so weird, like clockwork. And I don't know what it is. My browser, every time on this show, it's the only time it happens. And I don't know if it's just because I got too much stuff running, but every time on this show, my browser crashes right in the middle of the show. It's almost like clockwork. We can almost bet on that, right? Like we should do like a pool where everybody bets on when my browser crashes. Every single time. You guys notice it, right? And a lot of times what I do is I wait to see if, Trump might be talking or somebody might be talking to create that opportunity to begin with. Naturally, the market doesn't want to sell off. It's nice and tidy, nice and stable. All the sectors are looking solid, more solid than this morning. We were a bunch of red this morning. Now we're a bunch of green. A lot of rotation happened. A lot of people getting long. And so what I wait for is for news opportunity to panic the market in a bull market to take the long here. Yeah. At 12:57 a minute candle, there was a 500K volume in the SPY ETF. How does that volume buy and sell almost match instantly? Is an algorithm. A lot of times those are late reports. Let me see if I can't find that on Thinkorswim. And see if I can't find that candle anytime. Was it in SPY? A lot of times they're dark pool orders that are just reported late. It's not really an order that took place now. It's an order that was filled over the counter sometime in the past. You said SPY at 12:57. I guess you're thinking 11:57, right? I don't see that. 500,000 volume. Yeah, I don't see any of that on mine. I don't know where it is. But a lot of times, if you're talking about like those phantom candles that you see, those phantom wicks or whatever, I'll teach you guys a trick about that. You guys ever see candles that every once in a while, you'll look at the candle and it just like looks like this? Have y'all seen that? There's like a big volume spike, but it's kind of like the market didn't even blip. It didn't even think about it. But all of a sudden there's a candle with a giant wick. Let me teach you guys about what that actually is. It's not an order that took place now. That wick usually lines up with the previous day's close or today's open. It's basically yesterday's open or today's close. What ends up happening is like you and me can trade to each other over the counter. The orders that you normally see on the book, like the level 2 orders, it's just, we're directly sending market orders to the level 2, we get filled. That is transparent, you can see. But there's thousands of ways to order and buy stocks and thousands types of orders that don't necessarily appear on the exchange. But the exchange doesn't allow you to execute orders outside of their purview. There's rules. As an example is a dark pool. A dark pool is me and a company can engage in a transaction that isn't on the exchange. But we have to report to the exchange that it happened. And as soon as we do that, the exchange drops the order into the time and sales. So the time and sales, you guys know, is the flow of orders, right? And imagine I got into an order over the counter at yesterday's close, a big fill that I did over the counter to kind of mask it from the market. I can't hide it forever. I still have to report it. But say I ordered 100,000 shares at exactly yesterday's close. And then finally, we report it to the exchange today. Well, it'll just pop up in this feed just right in the middle of that big order that was yesterday. And your chart is just trying to draw the candle based on this order flow. It's just reading the data and drawing the candle. So really what it is, your chart is just drawing that order and then drawing the next order. So it creates a wick, but it's not really an order that took place now. It's not really volume that took place now. It's actually just reported now. So it just enters the flow at that point in time. And then your platform just tries to draw that candle. It doesn't mean anything. So in reality, you would ignore them. They're absolutely meaningless on the market. And you'll see them happen all the time. And a lot of times they're usually big institutions. They're filling over-the-counter orders at the close or market maker orders or something. There's a lot of things you don't know about that, but the exchange requires people to report within a certain amount of time. And so an older order gets reported in the new day, the chart's drastically trying to figure out, oh, I got to draw that order took place. The chart thinks that the order just took place because the chart is just reading the data as it comes through, but it's not really an order that took place now. So yeah, great question. So a lot of times when you see those, I call them phantom wicks or whatever, they're just late reported over-the-counter orders from one of the dozens of ways you can order over-the-counter if you're one of those institutions with special privileges. Yep. Yep. All right. I do want to make 15,000. I think this is 14,500, but I do want to wear the 15,000 sticky note. It'd be kind of neat if I had one more dip to buy. Play this Rocket Scooter song. I don't have the ability to share my sound through this platform, but what I need to do is I need to give them my songs. They can play them. Hurry up, Matt. You need a full port. LOL. Does the code appear on the screen? It probably might. You guys are waiting to get some free codes and stuff. It might appear on the screen. We'll see. Play it on the phone. LOL. Okay. I'll have to get the songs for these guys. Let me read some of Mario's comments here. Hold on. I need to scroll up. I missed some of y'all's comments. What were y'all saying? Have the task manager open and watch for the time event to see what might spike as a culprit in your list of processes. Yeah, that's what I do. Got to CGA. You're absolutely right. Like clockwork. My browser just crashes right at lunchtime. What's my favorite? TF Rod Trade says, what is your favorite TF to trade and execute? I actually don't use timeframes at all. As a matter of fact, I never change the time frame. I trade off of, because I don't use candles and I use technical analysis, I just use price. And so I long off pivots. It doesn't matter what time frame I use. So I leave my chart always on the 1 minute, just always, because I don't use candles. It doesn't matter what I put in here. It's still the same entry. Good question. How do I manage drawdown? Sometimes I see you hold drawdown very cool and calm. What has helped you? Position size is it. I always know where high volume pivots are going to be. And I basically draw them out in a grid. As you see right here, I've got like a pivot here and a pivot here, and I have a bunch of them here. These are all strong, long pivots. This one is like 80% hold. This is 90% hold. So this is A+, with these two close to each other. I know that it's going to take a huge event to break this. So I know that today, if I get a medium or small event that somehow makes its way there, I might want a long to bet that we stay above this. So the fact that I have two near each other, I know I have really good opportunity to long, and I know if I break this, I want to get out of the way. So my stop will be very tight right here. The other opportunity is these two, and they're a little bit further apart. This is about 50 points in the NASDAQ, and I don't like 50-point gaps. I like 40 points of distance or less to enter in on a second trade. Because they're much further apart, I'm going to have to trade much smaller. And normally, instead of doing like one contract and two more, I might do 5 micros and 15 micros later. So I get a smaller position because there's smaller amount of drawdown. And then because they're two separate mechanisms, I probably will stop really tight on that as well to jump in the second time. Because you always see me thinking about my positions like this. I'm able to always manage my position size because in my head, I know how much I'm going to lose. If I take an example here, if I do 5 micros and I'm down 60 points, if you do the math, like basically this is going to be what, $600 worth of loss if I hold 60 points on 5 micros, right? So I'm always knowing how much I'm going to lose, and I know how much drawdown I'm going to have, and I'm always calculating in my head like how much I can withstand whenever markets are selling off. Yeah. Sounds like a memory leak. Probably, I think it might be a memory leak in the platform. Just after a certain amount of time, the platform just drains the memory in the browser and I just reboot it. Probably so. Why the monkey song doesn't work anymore? Should we retire it? Because we used up all the fingers. You only get five uses of the song. We need to go to the source and get it recharged. Yeah. That's the inside joke from our stream. If you guys are. All right, what would take profit on stop loss with it though? I always trade the next resistance. So the idea is if we're supporting on the half gap, I'm going to trade to next resistance. Here goes to there. If I double down, it goes right back down to there, and that's it. These two go to here, and if my gap fill indicator is bullish, I trade it up to there. So the R&R is calculated that way. Some more chat here. Like an intro song for you? Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold a contest on my stream for somebody writing good AI music as an intro song for me. And then we'll have intro song and outro song, and maybe we'll use them on this show. What's the largest NASDAQ size I ever traded? In my personal account? Probably 50 contracts on the biggest I ever did. There was a time period post-COVID where I was, milking the market as much as I could after that dip. And I was making six-figure bets, six-figure profits on a daily, pressing it very hard. I kind of went all in when COVID happened. And it was a very, very good choice that I made. And then I took the many amounts of money I made and built this platform. What's up? Hello?
Don't mind me. I got 2 more ones just to...
Wait. Look at me. Hold on. She got me 1K, guys. Okay, so IDOC and Pickler here. She got me 1K balloons to be like celebrating our 1K viewers today. And I think the one died on her on the way up from the house. And what an awesome surprise that we got from IDOC. And now her and Pickle are back. Instead of bringing me 1 1, we have 2 1s.
Well, then the probability of one pop, if it actually does pop, you have another one.
She's almost an engineer by heart. Look, she has triple redundancy in her application of these balloons. 2 out of 3 failures don't happen, right? The odds are so small. She's playing the odds. This is risk management at its core, you guys. You can't at all. This is incredible. So now it looks like we have 11K. So that needs to be our next goal, I guess.
Yeah.
You guys know when you design for triple redundancy because she's so smart. You don't have 2 failures in a row. Okay. You have a backup for your backup. All the engineers in here are like triple redundancy. They love it. She gets it.
Well, now also you can see the 1 no matter what. If it moves around, you'll see a 1. And if this one moves to the front, you'll see a 1. It'll be 1K.
That's really awesome. Can we get rid of the one that's dead?
Yeah. Give me the scissors.
I don't know if I have scissors here.
Well, it would be funny if this wasn't here, though. Because people would be like, why do you have 11K?
This is true. Well, we can just say that one of the ones failed and the other 2 are hanging up there. This is incredible.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. 1K viewers from Matt, LOL. Triple redundancy. That's right. It's like she went to engineering school. She didn't have to go to engineering school for it.
We literally had to do this twice. We drove to Arnie's twice.
You went to the party store 2 different times?
Yes, because nobody else had balloons. There's either a ton of people turning 1, 21, 101, 91 today, or there's a bunch of Karens or Kelseys or Kevins having birthdays. Because one store would have a 1, but they wouldn't have a K.
Yeah.
Other people would have Ks, but not a 1. So I'm like, how many Karens, Kelseys, Kevins
Yeah,
are having birthdays?
Screw all you Kevins and Kelseys of the world out there.
Yeah, and then I became a Karen because I bought all the ones. So now real Karens can't actually, or Karens that are turning one can't find the one.
Maybe a bunch of LLC partnerships and corporations are celebrating giving each other their K1s. The crickets.
Lots of them.
Damn it. It's a business joke. Okay, that's funny. That is hilarious that you went and got balloons a second time.
Yeah, me and chat. So I'm back to my stream now. Bye.
Adios. All right. Dropping the codes. All right, guys. Guess what? Did y'all get them? This way I'll need triple codes. A new start. There you go. I don't know. Every time I see the words "a new start," I don't know if you guys Arrested Development fans, but that's an inside joke. Can't say it on the stream because it's an adult themed joke. But that is I love a new start. Tobias joke. If you guys ever watched that show. His license plate. Did it work? Did it work? The best series ever. Oh, I love Arrested Development. Did you guys get the codes? This was a wrong code. All right. Good job. There's only so many of them, so you have to get in quick and use them. So it's a race. Again, with like 700-800 people watching the stream, you got to get in there quick, right? Is it an old code? Coupon not found? Moose, that's funny. It's an old code. Hold on. Oh, it's an old code. Hold on. They're going to do a new one. Hold on. Marcy, up another one. They said it's an old code. All right. Keep at it. There it is. Bruh. All right. Hey, don't blame me. I'm just the messenger. Don't be mad at me. Now you got one. W. Got it. Get it. Okay, good. 50 resets. Good. Got it. Let's go. Got it. There we go. Now you guys aren't mad at me anymore. I expect an apology. I want it in the form of balloons from all of you. Time to spin the wheel. All right. That's funny. All right. Good deal. They said they're sorry. They love you guys. They got to go fast. I know, LOL. I know who's on my side. I know who was with me till the end. Codename balloons. Y'all are so funny. This was a really nice gesture. She surprised me today. It was so crazy. Our stream has been getting like 800-900 viewers in the morning, which is getting pretty big. Same time last year, we had like 50. It's crazy. And then so today we just pushed harder and harder, and then went over the edge, and it was so crazy. Once we passed 1,000, then she comes in here an hour later. She went to go get balloons just to be funny, to bring obnoxious balloons in here to celebrate and troll me. My outlook for tomorrow, probably still very bullish. It's hard to project the market a day in advance. We do have a month-long outlook, right? This monthly hedge pressure is good. Every single night when I get this calculation, I tell myself that the bull market has support down in here. So worst case scenario, you get a big sell-off day, I can long from there. And that number does change every day. So we refresh this number every night when futures market opens. And in the morning, we get a version of it in the morning as well for equities. So I take it one day at a time. The 3-month outlook that we have on our maps tell me that the markets is so far positioned to be bullish for the next 3 months. There's no bearish outlook at all. The market is comfortably bullish from here until something changes. And so what I'm looking for just dips to buying every day as a new day. The last thing you guys are going to see me do is try to short or fade this in the middle of the bull run. I never try to guess the top. For the most part, I'm going to wake up and say, where do I buy the dip every day? Remember, I got on the stream today and I told you guys, if you're to If I put a gun in my head and tell me to pick a direction, I would have to choose up. And that's just basically the market's continuing to go up, right? So I will probably just be looking for dips to buy. And then just waiting for like the one-off news, like Trump says something or something happens wherever and the market just dives for a day and I'm back in the long the next day. It's been a really good trading strategy since April the 10th. So you guys have any questions for me about strategy, about risk management, position management, psychology? I mean, anything. While you guys got me here, feel free to pick my brain. You know, I've been trading for 15 years and full-time for 10. And I picked up a lot of tricks along the way. A lot of times you guys will see me when you're trading that I have a lot of trust in the market. Like it seems to be I hold drawdown very well. When you trade long enough, you kind of gain the wisdom of what the market kind of does every day. It kind of does the same thing every day. Nothing really surprises me anymore. Even when random news comes out and the market crashes out, I'll take a loss. But the market doesn't just randomly fall and randomly rally random amounts. The market has structure even when it's crashing. And you'll see that the market, I use that structure to limit the amount of risk that I do take by knowing how far the market can fall under worse conditions before it continues to fall. And I always like kind of feel that out and know how that market's moving. And that kind of really helps out. How do I draw my levels when I trade? My algo does it for me on the chart. So every morning, this is automated. It's an indicator inside of this platform. All of this is automated, so I don't have to do anything. Please explain why I won't short off the yellow line. I can, actually. It's not a terrible idea. This is the strong resistances are up here. It's not a terrible idea to short, but I usually only short when the short probability is very high. This is roughly a coin flip if yellow does reject. And it is a good place to short from. But for me, I tend to only work, especially in prop accounts, with high probability setups. If I were like just wanting to take a short, this is where I would short from. As a matter of fact, if this happens on the stream, which we only got a couple more minutes before we got to get out of here. But if it does happen on the stream, it's very likely that we do see some kind of selling pressure off of there. But the fact is the market's so bullish, it might not be a lot. If the market were to sell off today, this is likely where it could sell off from. It's only just a coin flip if it happens. So because it's not high probability and because the market is, the momentum is bullish, I don't usually take it. It doesn't mean it's a bad trade. It just means it's, if the market sells, if it does fall, it falls from here. That would be the reason it falls. Nowhere else would I even be contemplating a short. So when I get here, I look at the odds and it's roughly, it's not really high probability, so I don't take it. But it doesn't mean that it's not a good short for those of you that do like to short. I can give you investment advice or anything. Just because I'm not taking it doesn't mean it's a bad idea. My job is to trade the highest probability setups only and hit them as often as I can for the statistics of it. But it doesn't mean that those of you that are bearish, finally waiting to be bearish, can't take a bear pivot or two in the middle of the bull run. I personally don't like to do that, but it doesn't mean it's not a viable strategy. I just don't trade every strategy out there. Is there any trail to your platform before any subs? We have a bootcamp con. It's only $20 for a month. It's $1 a day. Do I mentor or a group that helps you throughout your journey? I didn't, and that's kind of the crummy part about when I started. There weren't really trading mentors in 2010. There weren't really YouTube channels, prop firms, nothing. There weren't even micro futures back then. They really had micro futures for like 5 years. It was just, you're on your own. Here's the futures market. You're paying full price. There's no discount brokers, no trade evates, none of that. You're on your own. Good luck. And that's kind of what it was. And I had to carve my own path. You guys have a lot more opportunities in front of you to learn from people, which is like really nice to start trading in this environment. I'm trying to get through the last couple of questions before we get out of here. We're running out of time, but a couple more questions I'll take. What's my win rate and average R&R? My win rate, I publish it all the time. On a daily basis, I share my win rate. Currently for the year, it's 73.5% for the year. It's normally between 70 and 80, but again, I have a certain edge that I use. and my win rate stays high. My average risk to reward depends on the trade. Some of the trades are 1-to-1 that happen very often. Some of them are 1.5, 2, 3-to-1, depending on the market itself. And the market tells me the setup. An example, if I long here and long here, then I know exactly I'm going to get 50 to lose 40. That's a 1.1 to 1 trade. Longing from here to yellow line is a 2.5 to 1 trade, the one from this morning. And so the market, I trade from pivot to pivot, so that tells me the R&R, and the market tells me that. I don't choose the R&R. The market chooses it for me. For the accounts that made 3K each, all I did was I longed at my 80% pivot right here. When the market was hovering this pivot last night, the blue is an 80%er. I longed 2 NASDAQ contracts in each of those 3 accounts. I put a stop loss and I went to bed. And I woke up with 3,000 each of those accounts and closed the minute I woke up. What is my current profit factor? Let me actually go log in and go see right now. Let me go back to here. This is going to be in a prop firm that is not MyFunded, but this is accounts I've been babysitting all year. And let me go to the journal and let me see what the profit factor is. It is a 2.2. 2.2. And on that note, I think it's time to get on out of here. Any last questions you guys have, just feel free to shoot them over to my stream. I'll be streaming in the afternoon like I always do. When we get out of here, we always all go turn over to my stream. Here's the link, you guys. I'm posting it in chat. We really love over here at MyFunded TV. Let's see if the 650 levels resistance today on NASDAQ, and this is the pullback on the market that may give us some more trades to take. Other than that, I'm going to chill and wait and watch this. But thank you guys for coming. We love you. Thanks for supporting the stream. Thank you for supporting MyFundedFutures. And as always, thank you for supporting me and our growth as well. We really love you guys. So thanks for coming. We'll see you later. If you guys want to join me on my stream.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if